Is it on the BPAC channel? Or the other one? Yeah, no.
Yeah, but like,
Did he show you guys what to do on there? Or?
I'm trying to find where the find the cat in there. Because I'm used to what I'm working around. Windows.
Oh, here it is. Well, you'll be sitting here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
You'll be sitting here. So you're not going to move it. You're not going to move it. So you can have it for 3 minutes. You won't see the switch getting there. And it's just driving into the green screen. Oh, that was definitely well, if you don't want, you don't want. There's food on one. Yeah, you know, I mean, you don't need to.
I prefer to have it.
Yeah. You can do what you want. grab Andrew Barrow or Michael Kidney, please.
Oh, Kimmy! You'll use them, don't you? Kimmy's gone home. He hasn't.
Did he go home? I didn't know that. Is he okay? Yeah, he's found. He's found crash.
He said, I know you're going to throw me against Barrow, so I'm not playing. You can't let him go straight through.
You can't go straight through. You're going to have to play me.
Hey!
You're in there.
Jack in this bit. Yeah, it's double.
Alright, Jeff Sutter and Tig on 3 and 4, please. Johnny versus Matt Tolhurst.
We can't sit 2 and 3.
On 5-6. And Dennis versus Tecchio on 7-8, please. Anybody else have a little reader? Anybody else want to sit in that chair? Or?
I'll be right, mate.
Thanks, brother.
Oh, welcome, son. All right. Here we are, level 3. Welcome to Kong Off 7.
2024, baby.
2024 Kong Off 7, though, isn't it?
Yeah. In the new digs.
Yeah, so this is my 6th Kong Off. This would be your John Tannehill here and
Yeah.
Aaron Raynor. So this is your, you've been all 7.
Yeah, been all
and
7.
Aaron, you've been all 7. Yeah, so I came in the 2018 Kong Off.
Kong Off
That
2.
was the Kong Off 2, yeah. Kong Off 2, and that was Richie Knuckles was there.
Kong Off 3 was there.
Yeah, Kong Off 3 was the Echo. Yeah. So when we look at it now, that's quite a while back, isn't it? Yeah,
6
we didn't have
years.
level 3 then, but we can get onto that. But I look at the players out there. Some are almost actually the only new face out there really. Boner's new, Michael Edwards. He wasn't at Kong Off 2, but Matt Tecchio was. He was only a 300,000 point player back then.
That's right. Yeah, that's his first Kong
And you were still playing in the Kong Off back then.
Yes, yeah, I was still having a go. Still not making the top 8 back then, I think it was.
Yeah, but Pelly was there, Tagster was there,
Yeah,
and John McNeil's here this year. He's an original cast, and he's
Yeah,
back again,
John
which is
McNeil.
exciting.
Really good to see John back. Actually. Yeah.
So it's pretty. It's like it's gone full circle. Like this year, there's no Americans here. The only person's really missing is well, a few. There's lots actually, but Alan Starr,
yeah, that's a big
Johnny Bond.
Yep.
Yeah, Johnny was always a big colourful person at the Congo. But here we are out at the Maruka Bowling Club.
So we are in the Maruka Bowls Club.
You might have to get the mic. Just put it up between the two of you.
That's all right. So we are in the Maruka Bowls Club. The Maruka Bowls Club hosted, I think, the 86 Commonwealth Games. So the Queen came and visited. So
86.
Was
Wow.
it 86?
Wow.
Yeah. I think 86. So that's the claim to fame. So the claim to fame is apparently they had to repave the road out the front.
Was it? Oh, Commonwealth Games. Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah, I was
yeah.
thinking there was no Olympic Games here in '86. I was thinking Commonwealth Games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I
No, you
misspoke,
did.
sorry.
You did say Commonwealth. I was just thinking Olympic.
Well, then watch your
so
mouth if you're going
yeah, 84. 84 was the LA Olympic Games. I remember thinking, no, there's no Olympic Games in '86. But you did say Commonwealth. I was thinking right. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and then unfortunately, like a lot of bowls clubs, they take an awful lot of time and effort and money for the upkeep. And
Yeah, I've heard to build a green in a
Yeah.
golf club can cost about like tens of thousands of dollars depending, but they have to dig right down deep to change the loamy soil, and it's pretty
Yeah.
expensive to build one from scratch.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it fell out of favour. This place was abandoned for quite a while, and then Brisbane City Council decided that, well, this is a resource, let's not waste it, and sort of open it up to ideas from the community. And one of the ideas that they came up with was this idea of the third place. You have work, you have home, and then you have your third place that you go to, and that's what a community-driven place should be. So it started with a small cafe and a couple of taps behind the bar, and it's grown into this absolutely massive community hub. It's brilliant.
Well, it's quite funny. I only just got here about 30 minutes ago, so it's dark outside now, and driving in, it's like just coming through suburbia, and I thought, where's the golf club? Where's the bowling club? And then I could see the big lights, but it just feels like you're down the back of the street. You're not really on the main road, are you?
Yeah, so we're pretty much like right on the foothill of Toohey Forest here, which is one of the
You live near here, though, don't you?
Yeah, I'm like 5 minutes down the road.
Like walk or drive?
It's a 5-minute walk here and a 20-minute walk home. It's a great place. and they were it was really great for them to have us this year, because unfortunately we couldn't do it at our usual digs out in Murray at Brewdog.
Yep.
They've had a bit of an expansion into their warehouse, so you know.
Oh, these things happen.
Oh, they do. But I love this sort of, kind of daggy curtains, and it's got that kind of.
I love it.
Yeah, it's got that like late '80s, early '90s feel. It's kind of cool. So so great place. We're going to be here until Sunday, and we've got a lot of things happening for.
Well, looks like the Kong-off machines are on the dancing floor normally.
Yes.
I imagine this is where the band normally sits.
Yeah, this is correct.
So we've got the mics.
Yeah.
We've got the DJ here.
Oh,
We're going to start spinning some records.
let's not lose viewers just yet, Phil. Give it a few minutes.
I'll do a duet with you on Sunday, Phil.
Hey, looks like Danny's out.
Oh,
Well,
what
Dennis,
really?
is it?
Wow.
Dennis,
That's yeah. See, this is what's interesting about level 3. So Dennis is a kill screen player. He's really, really good at the game. But you get a bit unlucky and it's all over. So my son, he won the juniors tournament last year. And he's a big boy now, so he's joining the rest of the adults in the game.
Adults is an awfully strong word.
Well,
Just quickly, do you reckon we could move that table a bit closer?
not right now.
We can't though.
We probably can, but not right now, maybe, because it's got the mixer and whatnot on it.
Oh, okay.
Let's not.
I don't know how it all works. That's all.
Yeah, and neither do I, which is why I don't want to move it.
That's why.
All right, so we'll. So that's a strike for Dennis. Tannehill, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way in which this will work is that it's 2 strikes now or 3 strikes now.
Yeah, it's a double elimination knockout.
So why is Tekio still playing? They're not head to head then.
Because someone hasn't tapped him on the shoulder and told him he's finished.
That, or he's just wanting to complete the round.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, he might just be still playing. We might have to get on some other screens then. I don't know how we flick it from here. We just.
That's all right.
I'll just ask Boner.
We throw something.
Boner, how do we flick?
Actually, I'll quickly jump up.
Yeah, it's right. Just want to. It's just 2 people who are head to head. It'd be good.
Yeah, I'm just about to.
So here we are again. Yeah, level 3.
For many people, it's the highlight of the Donkey Kong weekend.
Is it?
Oh, for me it is, because it's the most.
I wasn't saying that like
Yeah, but
is
it's an accessible format. It's fun. It's a lot more social. It's a good warm-up event for the serious players, and for the more casual players such as myself, it's a format, as we were sort of alluding to just before, that it does level the playing field a
Yeah.
little bit.
Well, what's yeah?
That's it. That's round 1 done.
Oh, the whole round's done. Okay.
That was quick.
This will be
It's
interesting.
almost like it's a format that's designed to be quick.
Well, this will be interesting this year because without Alan here and Shane Saul, and if we get Neil up here to talk stats, these are they're two very big threats in the game.
Two of the most consistent players.
Yeah. Now, like Shane only won it. Well, I say only, but he won the first one. But he's finished. Like he finished second to Billy Mitchell in the Kong-off 3. Don't know where he finished in Kong-off 2, but in the last 3 Kong-offs, he's been in at least third in 2 of them.
Yes.
So he's someone who's always up there. So him not there. When you look at level 3 tonight, there's been last 3 Kong-offs have seen Matt and Andrew Barrow in there, and usually Shane Saul in the level 3. So this year will be a chance for someone like those 2. Not saying those 2 guys will definitely win, but going on past history, can't ignore that they're it's very likely they're going to be up there, but who'll be in 3rd place is the curious one.
Well, of interest is Shane is I think it's Shane, Kibby and Barra are the only ones to have reached the finals at every Kong-off.
Not Kibby. Oh, I mean just into the final.
Yeah, so into the round of 16 type thing. So made yeah, I think they're the only 3 that have done it all.
Shane Saul has every time.
That's what I mean, sorry. So Shane, Barra and Kibby
Yeah.
are the only ones, I think. So this year we've only got Kibby and Barra, who are like, have qualified every single year.
I think everyone here would have qualified every single year.
Yes, but some of them haven't attended every
Oh,
single year.
I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And I mean, I've attended them all, and I haven't qualified every year, but that's also because I'm garbage at the game.
I've attended every year and I've never qualified. So what does that say?
It says you have more sense than us.
Well, Matt Tecchio would have qualified. He wasn't here at the first one, so he's qualified. I think Tagster and Pelly would have qualified every year they've been here. Neil would have.
Not necessarily. I think the first years.
Yeah.
I think the very first year. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sean.
Yeah, anyway, I'm not sure. Anyway, even still, then, like what Aaron's saying is that there is a mix-up this year, like with two heavy
definitely.
hitters not here. And there's other people who aren't in the pack either.
Yes.
See, like Johnny Mack. Oh, off you go. We'll be rooting for you.
Godspeed.
Well, that depends on who you're playing, John. So Aaron, I was saying, like with
Tell me.
Johnny Mack's not here. That's another person. Alan Stall, Shane Saul. But there's other people who've come back, like John McNeil's here this year. He hasn't been
Yeah,
here for a long time.
Neil. John McNeil will be a bit of a dark horse. He's, he's a very well-rounded player for not just Donkey Kong, but lots of other games too. And I think he's actually been streaming a bit, so he's definitely been playing.
Well, this is the first time he's played level 3 because it was only ever started at Brew Dogs.
Yeah, right
so
on.
It was only
yeah.
from Kong off 4 onwards.
Yeah, and it's such a great format. It really, really is. It's a lot of fun. Whilst everybody, I think, is competitive, there's also a bit of larrikinism there with it, which I love to see.
Yeah, there's more wriggle room in it, I think.
Yeah, well, like I was saying before, my son, I think his PB is 120-ish. Yeah. And I said to him, no, absolutely go in. The reason being is that the level 3 is a great equalizer. Like we just saw Denny, he finished on, like 30-something odd thousand, which is not a good score in any sense of the word.
Yeah.
And if you go up against someone who is a really, really good player and they just get a bit unlucky, you've got a chance of it. So,
well, that was the idea. Level 3 was going
to
not, doesn't matter how good you are, you could just have a bad level 3. So the idea of point pressing could be against you. It could be to your own detriment.
Well, that's it. I mean, you can definitely safely press for points on elevators and rivets, but really where the big points are on barrels. And if you want to play that game, you don't get to restart. You don't get to just I'll get a good one until I get to level 5 and then I'll start. It's so it's a great equalizer, and I think this is the format that they used for qualifiers. I think for the Danish Kong.
Yeah, they might have done. Neil and Jeff were doing the commentary for it. Jeff Sutter, who's here tonight, and so is Neil. Neil's probably playing now, I think, or maybe he was in the first round.
Tazzy Danny.
Danny's here from Tasmania. Tasmania's #1 Donkey Kong player is here tonight.
The best player on this mic, on this commentary, on those games is here, live and in living colour.
Well, I think that says it all.
Like Mussolini.
So where are you sleeping tonight, mate?
I'm like Mussolini, mate. Okay?
I don't know if you want to be like Mussolini.
Yeah, live and in living colour.
Yeah.
Hello.
He was a big jazz fan,
I just don't see him Punk, man. That's all I know.
No, because it was thing like just a lot of the fashion at the time. That was the one exception. He liked jazz, and because that was a lot of it was African American music, and all those people were fascistic against that. But he loved jazz. He was into it.
Phil is a man of culture. That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm not a gronk.
Yeah. So what is that again? Uncultured and...
I think it's just unintelligent and callous.
Unintelligent and callous.
You like the word gormless, that's how I used it, so I thought I'd better bring another one in.
So you could be a gormless gronk, really, if you really want to be.
Yeah, it's almost a tautology.
Yeah. So like a gronk would be like Jeffrey Sutter.
He's not callous. He's not callous.
Oh, he's the biggest bear in the whole community. He's the sort of guy you'd want to take home to mum at the end of the day. Because he's not going to fuck around behind your back. He's just going to play Donkey Kong 365 days a night. Like, yeah. He's classic like that.
So have you been playing this year in preparation? I heard you were playing a bit of DK before you came up. Not to throw you out in the deep end, like, hey, if you don't perform well, you've been practicing. But you have been playing a little bit.
I had like a bit of a lead up to like the BPAC and sort of had a few warm up games just to sort of play again. I had like one good game, and that's pretty much all you ever get. So I sort of took that, but I'm not anticipating big numbers this year. I managed to get through the first round of level 3, so
Well, it was whenever it was last year and this year when Ben Campbell and I were looking into doing research in that doco we were doing, and apart from Jeff, no one was practicing or playing Donkey Kong.
It's been like.
So it's pretty different this year. I mean, all the skill and muscle memory is still there, but no one was playing. There's I think a few started practicing, but there was just like I think it was most of them achieved what they wanted to achieve, like kill screens, like yourself. You think, well, I got what I wanted, and maybe you were going to that's how I'll just do commentary. So come up, you might have a game at least level 3, But the effort beyond that is, which Jeff is proving, to get to 1.1 is just enormous.
Yeah, and he's someone who like literally grinds every night of the week
and plays Donkey Kong.
Yeah, like someone who legitimately enjoys playing the game.
Some sort of confusion on the floor.
Yeah. 5, 4,
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
See what happens when I'm not out there.
I know, mate.
Like, I'm the guy that does that sort of stuff.
Couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery, these guys.
Yeah.
All you got to do is.
I could. It's just
all you got to do is.
There needs to be a PA system. There's no PA. There's no.
Because you're Mussolini, you've got to give some executive powers occasionally. See, if you're the autocrat out there, you just got to say, "Hey, look, I'm stepping out. I've got big things to do.
Yeah,
Matt Tecchio, you're in charge. If things go wrong, I'll cut your head off."
Yeah, but the thing is, like, see what happens when you got like 8 mouth breathers up at the cabs. Like they don't know how to organise stuff and say stuff.
Because they're over there and we're here, we can speak honestly. Like, come on, there's a class above. There's us and there's them, isn't there?
Yeah.
Like it's just.
Like they're great guys.
They are monkeys.
they just don't like to take command of the situation.
They need to be told what to do. They've got to be given clear instructions. Otherwise, they're completely lost.
Exactly. And you've got the king over there. Like you think you'd be able to pull it together. Like I can count to from 5 down to 1, but when the spotlight's on, it's like. So how long will it's all sitting there for like the last 3 minutes? Been like,
no one
when
could.
do we start?
What do we do? See, they're just gormless twits. That's why. Yeah. Hey, did you bring the gormless?
Gronks, mate.
Did you bring the? That was your job.
I didn't.
I gave you all the labels, mate. Remember last year?
I gave them away at my birthday party.
You idiot!
Yeah.
Why'd you give them away at the birthday party?
Because
they're not.
No. See, that's the thing. So there was, I had my birthday party where everyone dressed up as me, and then whoever nailed like my look the best.
But they were meant to be. They were meant to be the biggest idiot prize for the Donkey Kong, not for Danny's birthday party.
You're living in the past, mate. That's the problem. That was last year's prize. I thought they were just my enjoyment.
No, they were meant to be year in, year out. Well, that's why I made a whole bunch of them.
No.
Hey,
print some more, mate.
I'm not printing anymore. No harm done. I was just asking if you brought it up.
No, I did not.
Well,
I brought myself.
Harm done, but it's hard. It's benign harm. No one's injured. We're not out of any cash. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying. I just wondered. I just thought, then, did you do one? That's all. That's all right. We'll come up with something.
We'll work out something. That's the thing.
Silver down on that.
What's that?
Silver down on that.
Yeah, let's do some commentary now. They're neck and neck.
So what games we got? We got so Paddy versus so Pelly.
This will be a tight game.
Silver.
Pelly is also a very not also, but he's a very people talk about players, but often no one talks about Pelly. But he like last year it was Neil that came fourth. The year before that was Pelly, I think. Like he's a strong player and he doesn't play that much.
And then
he's obviously played a lot, but he's not grinding away.
And then on 3 and 4 we got Tagster versus some guy I've never seen before.
Who? That's John McNeil in green.
Oh, is that John McNeil?
Yeah.
He loves me.
Who doesn't, Danny? Come on.
That's sarcasm.
Saying the obvious. You're apart from Aaron.
No, I didn't know that was him. Maybe he doesn't know what I look like still because he does not like me very much.
Who doesn't?
John McNeil. And then we got Neil Cairns versus John Tannehill. And then I saw there was a game between Boner and Owar.
That must have been over. It must have finished. That's
a very short game.
Tagster against John McNeil. All right. I'd be very surprised if John manages to beat Neil Cairns. very unlikely.
So
It's possible, but I don't think it's plausible.
The game to watch would 100% be the one that's on the stream right now.
But Tagster against John McNeil, I don't know. Like, John is a very natural gamer, so I'll be curious to see how it goes, like what he's been playing on. The fact that he's turned up suggests he might have been playing some practice, putting a bit of practice in.
Yeah. Go him.
Go him, yeah. Well,
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'll be curious how he goes. Hey,
But,
I'm the disinterested. You know, I'm just the observer here. I have not invested in
And
anyone.
I'm not here to cause controversy this year. Okay?
You don't cause controversy.
No. Somehow I seem to put my foot in it every year.
Oh, I
so-
always look. I put my foot in every day. You know, just sort of roll on. No big deal.
Did you play or you didn't go into the third comp? You did. Oh, okay.
Right, let's have a look at this game. Let's see. We get something to talk about here. Who are we watching? Pelly and Patrick. Let's have a look. All right. So Pelly's on his second hammer. Both have picked up the bottom hammer. And
So I think like when you're playing like level 3 comp, it comes down to like you knowing the person that you're going up against. So like for example, I was playing against
you got to put the microphone.
no
Dennis.
behind Oward. It's not the game that is
Patrick?
Yeah, Patrick.
Yeah.
So I was playing against him, and I knew that he wasn't a big Donkey Kong guy. So I just played it safe and played like just a pretty basic game, apart from picking up double hammer on level 3. Knowing that if I just play my normal game, there's a probably good chance if he's trying to do stuff that's, you know, if I was trying to do bottom hammer on level 1 and level 2, I would die. So you sort of play it safe to have your meat in the bank at the end if you need them. So
See, Patrick's just gone into the rivets, and because of his point pressing and stuff, and the bonus points, he ended up getting. He's quite in front now at the beginning of this level. At this,
yeah, but
rivets.
in saying that he's down a man, so you got to think like if it comes down to like they save their man for the last level, like the difference in between them here is like what you know 1,000 points. It's going to mean dick all if you've got a full level to play through, like especially if you save it all for the rivets kind of thing.
if you can save it, that's the point.
Yeah.
That's if you can. You know. Did you play Aaron in the level 3 just now?
No, I haven't played it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just curious if you were playing it. And what's your boy's name again?
Ty.
He's playing. No, he was up.
is.
He was in the first one.
He went up against Jeff Sutter.
Oh, he seemed a bit cruel.
Yeah, well, you know, trial by fire.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Didn't Jeff have like lose like heaps of his men by level 1 though?
I didn't see.
I think from like when I was playing, and I was like, he said like he'd lost nearly all his men by the first ball because he was doing his thing. So that's the sort of thing. Like if you try and push yourself too hard and not knowing your competition, you can literally shit the bed.
No, I was saying to Ty that you know, again, I say it all the time, but yeah, level 3 is a really good equalizer because of exactly that. If someone gets a little bit unlucky, you know, if you can get 100k, you know, you should be in the level 3 competition. But yeah.
Sorry.
So
just
just looking, Patrick opting for the leech on the top left. Just interesting, that's all. And then Pelly getting a little bit unlucky with the fireballs not coming down to meet the hammer.
It's interesting each year, you know, doing this commentary, and something I talked a lot about with the other players. That the skill set's just so high now that if I was designing level 3 now, it wouldn't be level 3. It'd have to be level 1. You know, it's just it's there's nothing wrong with level 3. I'm not saying that, but to try and keep it as close as you can to meet to keep the scores as close as you can. You almost have to go, okay, level 1, board 1, done. Because they just spread out. They can just point press. You know, they just can do it.
I like the idea of 5-minute Kong, where you get 5 minutes from when you hit start. So what's his? I forget his name. Runs Kong Club on Facebook.
Ooh, Jacob on Kong Club's Jacob, someone in America. Kong Club.
Yeah, Jacob.
But I get. So
I can't remember his name now.
So if you're doing that though, you'd just be speed running the boards because you're just building
It-
the board.
I'll tell you my
exactly.
I'll tell you my preferred idea.
Tell
I've
me.
been talking to guys about it, and I've spoken to Jimmy about it, and I really think that because we got that many kill screen players, is forget Twin Galaxies, forget world records, put ROMs in that only have barrel boards on it, nothing else, and you set everyone up to press go, and it's the first to a kill screen. So if you bomb out, you start again, which means you're 30 minutes behind, but the person in front of you could bomb out. So everyone could bomb out. But it means that there's no advantage to point pressing. So someone like Alan Stall, even the lower point players have a higher chance of winning because they don't have to unlearn all that stuff.
See,
Picking up the bottom hammer is a mistake. Picking up the top hammer is a mistake. Just run. And the thing is, it's a race with a clear finish line. If no one gets there, there's no first place. There's no second place. There's no third. You've got to get to it. But you have many starts as you want. You just got to get there.
one thing I thought would be a good idea, and like the guy that does like all the hacks and stuff like that, did a like he does like there's like the Spooky Kong and all that sort of thing. Yeah, the remix. He set up a like a ROM set which was like a seed, so it's like a certain seed will be a certain way that the game will play. So I think like if you wanted to go like one-on-one to have the exact same seed of the way the game's going to play, so that way you're actually playing the same game.
Yeah, but you're still going to get the better
stuff.
players are still going to beat you.
But you got the literal even playing field. You haven't got,
But what I'm trying to say is, if you're someone who's you're a kill screen player, right? And you've
that's right, just so you know, Chad. I am a kill screen player.
yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that you're running a 400 meter or 800 meter race.
Yeah.
But these guys are running a 1800 meter. They're running a marathon, and you've never finished a marathon.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're going in knowing you can't finish the line with those guys. So I'm saying that
Pelly should have died there.
you've got to. I think we've got to build a track that caters to all the players now, and the better players are still most likely to win. But at least you've got an actual chance.
Pelly got flustered there already.
I'm talking to myself now.
No, you're not talking to yourself. But we're like Pelly should have died when he was on that ladder, and then he's gone into that phase which I do so bad. Is like you get yourself a little bit flustered, then you start like rushing something. So like he went to do an obvious. It should have been a single like straight jump, and he did like
This is a good example of my point, right? If this was a race to the kill screen, if this was the game now, we'd be saying it looks like these guys will be starting again soon, and they're going to be this many minutes behind. But if they were still doing well, it's neck and neck. But there wouldn't be this pies because it's nothing can happen on the pies.
But this is going to be now when he finishes his board. So Paddy started with one man going into at 49,000 going into the pies. They're going to be pretty much.
But I'm trying to. But the points don't matter.
Yeah, I get
It's
what
the
you're
first to
saying.
get to a kill screen. The points are irrelevant. The points are completely irrelevant. That's why there's no point in point pressing.
I get that. I'm just trying to commentate, Phil.
Yeah, but I was trying to.
Okay.
All right, but I was just trying to explain that point. So what I'm saying is the things that we commentate on here.
Yeah.
So much of it's kind of a guessing of what's going to happen because there is no actual finish. There is a end level 3, but because of the point pressing behaviour and because of certain stages, like you know personally. Pies and rivets, particularly rivets, can lock you out. There's nothing you can do,
Yeah.
and that therefore, and this one you only, like you've still got to do 3 of them, but there's a good chance that one of them could get you, and you think, well, that's locked me out.
And
Whereas the other one, it's just a consistent flow of game.
Yeah, board. Like if you're talking just doing straight boards, you're 100% correct. So 55. So Greg's 3,600 ahead at this point. But yeah, like if you like anyone who plays Donkey Kong, and if you're going for a score, and especially if you start tracking like where you should be, it's literally the pie. Well, it's probably the rivets more than anything that can literally you can go from having like a game where you're ahead, then getting locked down on scores to being like barely even able to finish, or not even able to get like you have like a 2,000 point board and stuff like that.
So
It can be the ultimate killer to like any good run if you're trying to achieve something.
Yeah. So you want to call? Who do you reckon's going to win then out of this game right now? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, how do we? And we've got to know the players almost. Psychologically, I reckon Pelly will win.
I'm going to say.
And I reckon he'll keep his cool. Just because we know the people, we
but
just
in
know them.
saying that, if Paddy gets a really good run here on, like he gets 2 really good runs on the rivets, and then Pelly gets like just one like a couple of like 2 shit runs on the rivets, like it's going to be neck and neck. But statistically, I'll probably say the money's on Greg, but Paddy's got a pretty decent start to the rivets so far.
I think that they're both very evenly skilled players, is what I'm saying.
100%, yeah.
So what we've got to look at is the human element. Which one's going to keep their cool together? Is what I'm trying to say.
There's no Todd Rogers here right now, mate.
What, you don't agree?
No, Todd Rogers isn't here, mate. We haven't got the human element. Come on.
Is that why you're laughing when I said human element? I just meant the person. I didn't mean like any. There are people out there, so they're not going to be machines. So at this point,
What the hell is he doing? I've never seen anyone do that before.
suppose
I've
it
never
works.
So he doesn't jump over it accidentally.
So he's just going to run the timer out and not
Yeah,
go to
'cause he's on
muscle,
level 3.
not do muscle memory and be like, that makes sense. I've never seen anyone go over there and point press, but like because remember that's where Neil got his Gormless Tin Award last year because he cleared the ball when it went down to 0, and then he had one man in the bank still.
The one and only Gormless team.
That's right.
Actually, I've got one at home.
Yeah.
I dropped one. It's got a dent in it.
I've got one, and I gave it away at my birthday party. Okay. And
But there was a whole bunch though.
yeah, they're probably still sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
I've probably got like 2 or 3 labels, but I didn't know that.
We can still give it away. We've got to do is sign it and send it up.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
I
matter.
thought I was just that
No.
swag that I was taking home, mate.
No, it doesn't matter.
You know I love that sort of stuff. Oh, I wouldn't have point pressed there, Paddy. Playing with fire, literally. So if he comes down, you got to get. You should have taken your chance. Razor. Go. But are the Ducks going to line up here though? He's got another freezer at the top. Yeah, no.
He might be jumping
unless
one.
Pelly gets a really shitty rivets, this has got to probably be in the bag because Paddy's got a really bad setup here.
See, in last one's Pelly was.
So unless Pelly gets trapped and hasn't got like an exit strategy, yeah, he's not. Unless that fireball decides to come up and he's good. Yeah, he's gone.
He's going to clean this up. Well, he's going to
Collect the whole set, mate. Like iguana balls, mate. Let's go.
Click them all. Pokemon style, you reckon?
Yeah, no. Yeah, so Pelly's got this one. There's no way that. Yeah, so Paddy can't. He's got nothing.
Oh, look at that. That's a cheeky little grab.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, he did that last time. And I think that's what I meant by keeping it cool. Like, he went all the way down and got that prize. He didn't rush up. You know, he didn't... Because that's the rivets one. It's a bit of a judo move. You guys play Kong, I don't. This sort of
And
wriggling around, isn't it?
and
Well, you know what I mean then. It's kind of...
and Aaron knows something about the cheeky grab, mate. I'll give you the hot tip. Yeah, done.
Yep, there you go.
Lads, I think I'm up and I need to use the loose, so I'm going to go.
Yeah, I'll
All right,
potentially-
cheers, Aaron.
I don't know if I'm up on this round either, but we'll just keep a little ear out. I'll just keep a little ear out, you know?
Give a little ear out to the crowd.
I don't know. Is it still the first round or is it?
The second round.
So I'm on the second round.
That was the second round. Maybe you just fought. Didn't you play in the first one?
Yeah, I won the first round. My first
Oh,
round.
sorry, that was the second.
Oh, mate.
Oh, footy score.
Let's go. Everyone knows I'm a big AFL guy.
Are you?
No.
I'm not either. Hey,
do it.
hey, Boner. We just lost our screen.
Oh, sorry, I thought you reloaded ABS. Sorry, is it in the file menu? Sorry, I don't quite know what it is. So, yeah. So it's not on there. But it's on the two. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Yeah, great. Sorry? Yeah. Food. Oh. We've done it one more time. Oh, right. I got a play, dude. Oh, I see. I see the train. Got it. Yeah, it's full screen. Done. All right, you got to play. Thanks, buddy. Okay, stop again.
See what's going on.
You'll have to share a mic. When you sit there, you'll have to share a mic. There's only 2 mics this year. Don't know what happened then. Neil Cairns. Patrick Silver.
How's it going, everyone?
Yeah, good. I mentioned you earlier, Neil. Thought I'd have to get you up here and talk a few stats.
Yeah.
We'll go through it again tomorrow, but might as well start now. A bit of a refresher. So Alan Stall's not here, and Shane Saul's not here.
Yep.
That's huge.
Yeah. So
I'm not saying that jokingly. That is actually. I didn't
No,
say it in
no.
a funny way, but I mean,
100%.
it is because this is a year where we've had for the last 3 years. I think Jeff started finishing the top 3 in one of the last 3 Commonwealths.
2 years ago, he came third or fourth.
So he pushed.
Yeah.
So he pushed Shane out of that top 3
Yeah.
because it went as wins. It went Barrow, Tekio, Barrow.
Yeah,
That's
that's
that,
correct.
yeah.
Yep.
And then I think Tekio was first, second, and in that Barrow was, he must have finished, second, or first, second, first, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
But Shane was third, and then Jeff might have taken the 3rd position in one of them, I think.
Yeah.
I have a memory of it like that. But either way, so if certainly Shane in the last 3 Commonwealths, last level 3s, he was in the top 3 at 3rd, and he came first at the first Commonwealth. He came second at Commonwealth 3 against Billy Mitchell.
Yep.
And then he's been in at least 3rd in the last 3 Commonwealths somewhere. And I don't remember where he came in Commonwealth 2, which was against Estelle Gonoff.
He actually dropped out first round to Chris Jennings.
Okay, so that's an anomaly.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a really weird. So that's his, so he is right up there, and he's not here.
Yeah, he's the most consistent player that we have.
Yeah.
within
And then
the
Alan
competition.
Stall is often not thought of because he hasn't won a Commonwealth. But has he ever? He's come 3rd, I think.
He's came second in AKO2.
Yep.
But
Did he
after
come
that-
3rd? I thought he came 3rd as well.
Yeah, he's been up there. Yeah. But so last year I was talking a little bit about what I called the awesome foursome. What was the four horsemen of the apocalypse or whatever it is, which was so it was Matt Tekio, Andrew Barrow, Shane Saul, and Alan Starr. Yeah.
As knockout people you've got to get through.
You've got to say Jeff has altered the top 4 now, though.
Well, now that that we've had no Shane and there's
Yeah, but this is because what we're talking about, Patrick, is people that actually eliminate other players. They're quite over the years because you got to remember Jeff only came recently to Commonwealth. He wasn't at the Ekka. He's only been here for the last 3, hasn't he, Jeff?
Yeah. So in the first year he was knocked out straight away.
Yeah.
And then the one after he did pretty well.
Yeah.
And then
So the data's not there, but what I'm saying is for players who haven't finished in the top 3, this is the year you could get in. You could squeeze in because a lot of people aren't there.
I think Jeff is incredible. Out of the newest people, he's unstoppable machine, and I think this will be the start of him cementing into what you call the top 4. He's really pushed his level in the last 2 years.
Well, he's pushed it on the TG scoreboard and Donkey Kong Forum, but he hasn't done it in competitive play.
Yep.
Apart from 1 year. That's what I'm saying. So we got to separate the two. Like there's home scores, that's a different thing. Here, like he'll say psychologically he really struggled last year to get a good score up in qualifying. He got a really good score of 800 plus thousand I think in the end, but he struggled that day to get a good score up. You know, he was really late to get a good score.
I believe he had the highest score on the cab that I kill screened, but he still had a 900k in the top.
Yeah,
he had the top score
Yeah.
before I did that. So he's consistently, I would be scared of him.
But last year you kill screen. What was your kill screen score?
850 or
Oh,
something.
then you later put a bigger one up.
No. But he after my kill screen, when I was punching in the top score, Jeff was in number 1. So he put up a bigger score than me before I kill
Yeah, but it wasn't very big though.
It was 900.
No,
Definitely
because I remember last year I said to him, Jeff, and I remember having a chat to him, said, go play again. And that was well into the night. That was well into the afternoon for qualifying.
I have a video. I'm going to be
have a look.
90% sure he put up.
But I know he struggled, and I said, Jeff, you're getting your head all frizzled. You know you can do it. I said, just go in there and just think, all I've got to do is get to... I said, can you get to level 5 without losing man? He goes, yeah, we'll just go and get to level 5 without losing man. And he did it. And he just did it. And you can see him in the footage if you go back, because he comes and gives me a thumbs up throughout the game. But it was so late. It was so late. So I don't know whose score that was.
I would say, though, if you talk to any player during Kong Off, maybe like some people are more social, but everyone's supportive, but no one's feeling awesome. Everyone's a bit stressed in the morning. I'd say like whatever game they have is not good enough.
But I think the thing is that people come in, and Neil, we often talk about, they come in and thinking about their score where they sit on, like, say, Donkey Kong Forum, which is very different to how people play. And there are people, like for instance, we were sitting here, and I was saying that Danny and Aaron were sitting here, and we're looking at Pelly play you, and they were saying, you know, who's going to win? So, it's really close to it's close because the score's close. So they're really close, but what are you going to put on? Goes, well, they're both be playing C, but okay, if they're very even in players, now we're getting into the psychological aspect. Let's look at the human element. Who's going to hold it together? And they said, I don't know. I said, no, you Patrick said, Pelly will hold it together. And he just went down and he got the prize. He took his slow way through the rivets. Because I know you can get...
Oh, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing is eventually you see the players who can just calmly go through the game, and some can't. And they can be top players. They just get like Kibby, very like he's a ranked D player on Donkey Kong Forum, isn't he? But he rarely gets anywhere in the Kong Off.
He's played in all 7 Kong Offs, and he's qualified each time, but he's only had the one win over the 7 years.
Yeah, and he's knocked out, like normally knocked out in the first round, isn't he?
He's usually in that top 6 players.
And then he's out.
Through.
Yeah.
I've got a new strategy this year. I'm not going to binge drink on Saturday night. If I qualify, I'm going to try it this year. You know, I partied
not a bad start.
I partied hard my whole life, but I reckon I can chill till the Sunday night.
Well, the thing is that, like, if you can kill screen, it's like you kill screen last year, so there's no reason why you can't do it in the competition. It's just
reasons why I can't do it in the competition as well.
But I'm saying theoretically the technical skill set's there. So what I'm saying is that psychological aspect does enter, and you can pretend it doesn't, but it does. You know, wasn't it the first Kong Off when Barra was out for like 25,000 points or something?
Shane Saul, he got...
Shane Saul won the first Kong Off.
Oh, yeah.
Then Barra was out like for about 20,000 points.
Yeah, got beaten by John McNeil.
And he came as one of the only kill screeners when he arrived at the first Kong Off. So that's what I'm saying. There's something happened between... But he kill screened at the first Kong Off, didn't he? Because there's a fellow of Nick Knuckles has got... So he kill screened, and then he was out for less than 30,000 points. So what happened between those two things? Well, it's psychological.
It kind of goes back to what I messaged you at like 1 a.m. in the morning. I saw he was active now, and I hit up Neil and I go, I was talking about level 4, and then and level 4 and 3, and for anyone who's kill screened before, it's still like the bane of your existence. And that's where I was saying, like, the same player can come in one day and kill it, get a type 2 wild barrel in a bad sequence, and then that same player could also bomb out on 30,000. It's like a ridiculous, just one kill screen doesn't mean that or a couple kill screens doesn't change the volatile nature of 1 to 5. So any finals that end up in that short bracket, it's very tough. Like, you can't judge only the player on that as well.
Oh, I'm not making a judge on any of that. I'm just saying that the only person out there on the floor who hasn't kill screen today. I don't know if Patrick's a skill, not you, but the other Patrick.
It's 500,000
Yeah.
high school.
So Mike Cooligan, Aaron Raynor, and Patrick.
John
everyone else-
Tannehill.
Oh, sorry, and John Tannehill. They're the only ones who haven't kill screened. So the vast bulk of the room are kill screeners. You know.
That is crazy to think. When I started Donkey Kong, I came pretty late, but I didn't think there was that many. And then it's just got every year. It's become like
globally, there's hundreds.
yeah. Oh no, I'd say about 100 and something. Because I think
tens, not hundreds. It's 100 and something kill
Yeah.
screens. Yeah.
I'd say about 100.
But what I was thinking was the amount of kill screens, you know, that people have
Yeah,
done. Like the people who couldn't count how many they've done. They just, you know, like I don't know, like could Tekio possibly know how many kill screens he's done?
No. So like when I was doing stats for this, I used to take note of how many kill screens.
Well,
people
Kong Tracker does it if they submit somewhere, don't they? They
yeah,
stream.
they've got to submit it
Yeah,
though. But
yeah.
like a lot of players, if they don't get PBs, a lot of them don't
Or
submit
videos,
those.
yeah.
But like Barra, Shane, and Tech can't actually tell you how many kill screens they've had.
Yeah, they can.
They can't.
Oh, they
yeah,
can't,
Yeah,
yeah.
they just don't have it.
you had.
I've had 7.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Yeah, like so we're in the. This is where I'm going to say like our level of DK is a bit. It's the odd one out to be like people who play a tougher game probably kill screen a bit less. And I think it's cool to go into Kong off where freshly you have a safer sort of style of gameplay. I know you're going to start focusing on the million, but I feel like it actually plays into our favour a little bit. It'd be cool to see in the finals.
I think it does. It's just mentally. Like I think the game. I've said it before. I think the level of play. Some of these guys, because I remember Tekio, the Eka, was so rattled. Like he couldn't. It's like he really couldn't play. He really struggled that year, and then he came back and came second the following year, and then won the year after that. And that was after he got his. Did he come that year with a 1.2? Probably not. I can't remember. I think that was last year after the come-up. Yeah, but there's something about there is that shift that everyone could use something like a sports psychologist, and that sounds far-fetched, but someone to say how do you find that zone, you know, like because these guys can all play, you know, like you can all get, you know, because what did you say you got last year, Lime, like 900,000 point kill screen? Did you say?
No, mine was like 850,
800.
Jeff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, like, even then, I've thought about sports psychology and stuff, and like, do you have to be? People say like in the zone or whatever. But I reckon it's more of a myth or anything. Like everyone has a different personality. Someone who's brash, like Alan, could be going nuts, still have a great game.
Oh
So,
well, the zone. I think the zone just. I don't know what it means. I mean, it's just make. It's.
I'll get the armor break.
Yeah, I guess it's more a case of what's preventing you from getting the score done. I guess the way I'd sort of put it is the difference between stress and anxiety. A bit of stress is healthy, but anxious about am I playing well? Am I going to get scored? That's throwing your mind off task. Whereas stress is like, oh, I've got to do this. I've got to run up here. You know. So you could be someone who's really calm, like Shane Saul. But see, Shane, he always has headphones on, doesn't he? When he plays, he's got some chill out music or something. No, I think he listens to the stream.
He did last year.
Yeah.
Wow,
So he
that's
does
an
that.
interesting one.
Yeah. Whereas I know Barra, I walked up to him once and he said, "How you going, Barra?" And he said, "Not real good." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "My hangover's wearing out." And I said, "Well, that'd be a good thing." He goes, "Nah, it helps me concentrate because it gives him something to focus against." The game's sort of like, oh, you know.
Like he's not a pilot.
Yeah, but it's sort of like he says it just gives him something to sort of fight against or something, you know. I'm not saying he goes in with a hangover all the time, but he needs obviously some. But there also it's the mindset. Like Barra's a very competitive gamer.
Oh, and the
Like he
phenomenal.
feeds on it. you
Yeah,
know.
loves it.
You know.
Action.
And I mean, I'm not surprised John McNeil did so well. You know, he's quite a competitive gamer. And, you know, he's very skilled on various games, and you know, and hasn't been here. I haven't seen him at Kong off since the Echo. When that was the last time he was there. Yeah. Put in the middle. I wasn't taking off Patrick. I just meant, yeah. He was. So John hasn't been in the Kong off since. John McNeil hasn't been in the Kong off since Kong off 3.
Kong off 3.
I'm. What I hear is that his bump and jump score is somewhat underrated by some people. Like it's quite a solid score, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Like he's blitzed that game. Like he's absolutely destroyed it. Kind of.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think. Yeah, for some reason it just gets a little bit unnoticed here. hasn't been, probably just because he hasn't been part of the scene for
Yeah.
quite some time or in contact with us. So.
Have there been many players that have ducked out after Congos that have done well in the past and then not come back?
Well, J-Mac comes to mind, someone who is not necessarily done well in the Congos, but like certainly
But he's
like a constant
you've got to
16,
beat him.
well, constant 16 kind of
Yeah.
player if he's here.
Yeah. Johnny Bond, who's not here anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in Denmark. You haven't lost him altogether. He's not here to play, and he was always a competitive player.
Yep. And then we're talking about Shane Saul and Alan,
Yeah,
who are not here.
And
but-
people who are really, they're not returning. Well, Johnny, because he's geographically not here, and Johnny Mack seems to have just
And
it's run its course.
who
I
was
guess.
the new young player last year? He was doing. What was his name?
So there's Connor from.
Is he playing?
He might come. Is he coming
Yeah,
tomorrow?
he's
yeah.
coming tomorrow.
Yeah.
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 I think he's done pretty well for, like I saw his scores like after the last Commonwealth. I think he did pretty well like in a short time.
Yeah, I think he's around 600k mark. So
Great any day. That's good to see. It's hard to join now, but everyone's sort of got a solid benchmark of gameplay.
Well, the thing is, because we don't have it, because there's something wrong with the stream, so we can't show any video, which is why we're just talking like this until they get it fixed. But I think it's just because you mentioned it, Neil, like with the bump and jump score, there are so many scores that talking to Glenn Updike, he used to enter the scores in the Twin Galaxies right up until, I don't know when, a long time after that. Like he was still doing that in 2018. He was working for Twin Galaxies. He said the high peak of scores entered into Twin Galaxies was 2013. That's when it reached its highest point, and it's just been going down since. So Donkey Kong might be getting attention, but even it's not getting because some of these scores are just so high. Like like Gallagher's had 2 entries recently for Marathon, which was beaten. They were massive scores, and one came out of Texas. I think they might both come out of Texas. Of just young players who just turn their attention to it. But that's not that surprising because it'd in an arcade sense, it would be more popular than Donkey Kong. Just the general players to play it. Do you know what I mean? Like people who just turn to it. So there's some games though that just would barely get touched. Like John Tannehill's Space Invaders score, which we often talk about. It's hard to know how big that score is because there's no one else playing. But that could be evidence of how big that score is because it's just a grueling thing to do. And that's where Donkey Kong's at now. Like there's people, Justin Elliott's still plugging away. And he's been doing that for ages, and he's got the skill set to beat that score, but you've still got to beat it,
Yeah, you still have to put the time and effort to do it.
And he does, but you still got to get everything's got to click in place. And a lot of people if you look at the leaderboard of the top 20 players, most of those guys don't play Donkey Kong anymore. So the reason I raised is what you were talking about is that the amount of people come, we're still here playing Donkey Kong. But some are starting to leave because I suppose, they've achieved what they wanted, and it's hard to sort of, maintain an interest to keep playing. And
A healthy relationship with score chasing. Like I think you can appreciate your ceiling when you get there in a game like Donkey Kong.
yeah, and also some players have sold off machine. Tags has sold his machine this year. He sold his off. But then again, you can still play on Switch, which he does. So there's that option as well, which could bring new players in.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a cycle. Like we're dealing with like people who came off the King of Kong. And then that's probably what boosts the original people playing, and then it might come out of public attention for a while. Something else will come that makes Donkey Kong more popular.
Yeah,
Just have to
maybe.
wait and see. Like,
I mean, that was sort of like the old saying, like lightning in a bottle. The King of Kong. Like the chance of a film like that happening again is pretty remote. That was a really.
oh yeah, but
It was just the characters were so.
something that else can happen that draws people to an old game again. So
Yeah.
like you just got to wait. Maybe people don't care anymore, or maybe they do. They don't know yet, but you just see.
Well, I think that there's enough arcades around. It's I guess it's the. When you think about it, and we've talked about it before, like the King of Kong came out in 2007. So it's now 2024.
Bit of time.
So that's for a game that's nearly 50 years old, its revival's been like this is in the golden age of arcade, as people like to say back in the early 80s. Well, that might be true of games being made, but the golden age of arcade gamers has been basically in between probably, you could say, from 1999 to probably, like 2000 and, up to somewhere here, like could be 2014, 15. So like 99 was Billy's perfect Pac-Man score, Billy Mitchell.
How big was that?
it was big in its time. Like that was, and that was a long time after 1981 when Pac-Man came out. And then, there's things like the King of Kong came out. But the amount of scores that dropped after that, like McAllister with Asteroids, Robotron, even me with Gallagher, like the amount of scores that were being put up, and then you with Ghost and Goblins, Mark Bell with Ghouls and Ghosts. But there isn't a game you couldn't mention apart from Pole Position that hasn't had the score lifted in the year 2000 onwards. Would there be one that you can think of apart from Pole Position?
There's a couple that come to mind, but like some of them are like the GOAT scores that come back from the 80s, like probably less played games like Rally X and things like that.
Yeah. Well, that's a hard game.
Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah, well, there would be ones, but I'm not saying but, there would be ones, but think of the names we do know, like Tony Temple with Missile Command, Van der Leet with Galaxian. These are all, there's a string of Donkey Kong ones, Donkey Kong Jr. because of that thing. And like George Riley just lost all his Donkey Kong 3 scores. That's had more attention in the last 12 months than Donkey Kong has in high scores, Donkey Kong 3. That's been hammered,
Yeah, there's also like the battle. I know that Ray Finkel's been going backwards with someone for the Donkey Kong Jr. world record as well. So, yeah.
Well, there's what's his name, who's from Sydney, from 1989. He's going back and forth with
is this for the... I forget the game, sort of.
I know it. It's on
Sunset Riders?
Sunset Riders, thank you,
Yeah,
so that's
Tim.
been going back and forth. And that's all you need is two people to keep playing it and
Healthy
playing it.
competition,
But eventually it'll hit a ceiling and you just go, well, I can't play for 48 hours anymore. Like Nibbler, like Kibby put Nibbler up, and that's been changed. Has it been 2 or 3 people have put on top of that now with Nibbler? Yeah. Which is unusual because that's a neck. Like I don't think we really understand. Well, I don't understand it. You've done. What's your longest game you've played? Hours.
I think it would be Donkey Kong, to be honest. Yeah.
Which is like
Hour 45.
Yeah. So in a really big game, it'd be 3.5 hours.
Yeah, for the big
Whereas
scores.
52 hours, I think. What did he play for?
Yeah, that's
51.
50 hours.
Yeah. And you talked at Boner, who we often don't think about, who's a billion-point player as well. And he said when he got to 1 billion, he was spent. He just said, "There it is, done. Close the game." And he said, I have no idea how Kiwi kept playing. He said, I was exhausted. I couldn't go any further.
Neil, I've got some good news for you, pal.
Yeah.
You're going against Ben Tecchio.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. I've been drawn up, so.
So it's Oh, you're playing too. You're on too. Oh, right. Let's put it there. Hey, Boner. Yeah. And then come and sit down. Yeah, put Tecchio and Neil on. That'd be good. We'll watch Tecchio and Neil playing, which looks like they're going to be sitting right up front. You grabbing a seat, Danny?
Like Mussolini.
All right.
It's Kong on.
I want to do a top 10 with you, all right? You ready?
Okay.
All right. So this is... There might not even be 10 questions. Favourite video game of all time?
Banjo-Kazooie.
Banjo-Kazooie. I thought you were going to say Donkey Kong. Favourite band...
That's no one's favourite.
Favourite band of all time?
Kiss.
Favourite member of Kiss?
Paul Stanley.
Favourite song of all time?
18 in Life by Skid Row.
Oh, really? It's not even a Kiss song?
Nah, man.
Oh,
look at that.
Yeah, well... Do I have to?
Yeah, man. It's on my little beer gut if you can get underneath the curves. It's there, man. Okay?
I would have thought it'd been a Kiss song.
Nah.
There you go.
18 in Life by Skid Row, baby.
There you go. Favorite cuisine?
I probably either Southern style or Mexican, so it's very close.
All right, well, okay, so when you say Southern style, we're talking KFC?
Well, the Colonel is from... he knows what he... The thing is, the Colonel knows what he's doing.
Yeah, you like the...
He found the right combination of herbs and spices.
Secret herbs and spices.
Yeah, and then he's just like, you know what? Run with that.
So,
But otherwise, Mexican.
Menu choice at KFC. What do you go for?
Okay, so this is very...
Just getting to know Danny Fazackley.
Yeah, this is very
because you are the
specific.
personality of the Congo.
And I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, you man.
So I'm going to help out all the viewers out there.
Hey, man and woman of the people.
If you ever go to KFC, forget what you've known before, and just order this, and you'll never go back on this order.
This is big. This is a big claim. I've got some friends who are big KFC and Pepsi fans.
I can tell you right now.
All right, hit it with us.
Okay, so, and don't scoff when I start.
I won't. All
right, good. So, you get a zinger burger, remove lettuce, remove mayo.
Oh, you asked them to remove it?
Yep. Add cheese slice, add corn chips, add double supercharged sauce, add one jalapeno mayo. And you live in the good life. You can get that in a wrap as well.
Yeah.
Because no one wants to fuck around with, like, you get those limpy bits of lettuce and shit like that. Like, you're not going there to eat lettuce.
No.
And the time you get lettuce, it's like you eat it's like all that stringy shit. Yeah.
And do you have a chaser on that at all?
I'm very much a 7-Up man.
7-Up. But that wouldn't be that's probably. Does that add? That's just what you. That's not added flavour.
That's many years of.
But I'm saying, does it enhance the flavour of the burger? Do you think?
No, it's.
Oh, okay.
Like,
So, yeah.
If you went back, if you had that, then you'd put like an original zinger. You'd be like, what is this bland bullshit?
Yeah, but if you had, what I'm saying is, if I had your.
Yes.
If your bespoke burger, it doesn't matter if I didn't have a 7-Up.
No, you don't.
7-Up's not increasing the flavour.
No, 7-Up doesn't increase.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you had something that
it just helps it. It just breaks it down a little bit.
No, I wasn't sure if you were saying that's a part of it.
No, you don't have to have
that. That's why I
that.
wanted to find out that.
But
that's right.
But that is the way to go. Wrap, burger, like you can't go wrong.
But do you reckon it's better with the burger? Bun.
See, it depends. KFC's buns are a bit. They can either be really good, they can be nice and soft, they can be like a scone.
Well, my friends say that there's certain KFCs you go to because they're better.
See, that when you stick with this and then go with the wrap, that's why you go with the wrap, because you're going to get soft, whereas like you could get that stale bun bullshit that you get at KFC, and I don't care for that. So I've been more of a wrap guy lately.
Now this is a big game. Greg Pell and Patrick Silva.
This is what we were watching last time I was here.
Yeah, but I think it'll be a big game, but I want to see if we can switch it.
I don't think that's actually who's playing. It's the game we're watching is not
Boner.
At all.
Boner. Are you changing the name?
We can't.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. So, Pelly's Neil. Yeah, all right. So, Greg Peel's actually Neil Cairns. Got some technical issues. We've never had such big technical issues.
It's dog and pony show, mate.
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We've just got some technical issues. So, Neil Cairns, where it says Greg Peel, and Matt Tecchio. Greg Peel, sorry. And Matt Tecchio is on number 2, which says Patrick Silva.
Yeah.
So,
it's not good enough. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. From the dictator himself.
Exactly. Mussolini wouldn't care for that. I'm an aesthetics man.
Look, we've got a little thing down there. What's going on there?
Yeah,
that's not a part of the game.
Yeah, but the viewers aren't seeing that.
Yeah,
they're just seeing.
Oh, okay. They're not seeing that. That's just in-house stuff, isn't it? But aren't we? We're seeing what they're seeing.
Well,
whatever's on our screen is what's being sent. Whatever they're doing there, whatever we see is exactly
there's still
the
gameplay going on. It's just. Yeah. It's Neil Cairns on the left and the King Matt Tecchio on the right.
Who you going to before this game? They're three apiece. A bit early yet, so wait to see something happens. So who are you calling to win this year in the big event on Sunday?
I'd love to see. Like, everyone would love to see Jeff win. Like, it's a foregone conclusion pretty much every year at this point. So we know that
maybe not this year.
Yeah, but the only other contender's probably going to be.
But we are talking about who's going to slip into the third position, into the top 3.
I'd love to see Jeff make the final and see him go against one of either Barra or Tecchio in the final, because I think that would be.
Oh, we're going to see something like that. Yeah.
Here's a question. You gave me a top 10.
All right.
Who's your favourite dictator of all time?
Ooh, favourite dictator.
There's been some good ones.
But it gets hard because, see, even if you say someone who later softened, you know, Fidel Castro. But what he did to the gays wasn't good. He chased him and you know,
Not wrong.
Che Guevara just chased them all off the island. So it's hard to sort of pick any dictator, really, isn't it? You know.
So you're not a sort of dictator sort of guy.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is, you're getting into sort of a Nietzschean view of the world. You know, the idea of a leader. So we recognise certain virtues in leaders, which are strong, dependable people.
They're not using men as the people, though.
Well, they can be. It's just not all of the people. So what I'm saying is, do you want someone who's strong and reliable, you know, secure, which could be someone like Julius Caesar? And okay, he made Rome. You know, he really built. I'm not some Roman history expert, but he was pretty crucial in the beginning of that. You know, and he claimed to be emperor, and that was it, or Caesar. And then Augustus later. But these guys weren't fiddling around. You know, you only got to know your history, like when you get to something like, you know, even Christian history, like Pontius Pilate, who was just a governor. Well, there was no trial. It was like, okay, he did something wrong, he's dead. You know, that's it.
I kind of want a dictator that, you know, under the sheets can sort of take care of me, but then he can run over me like a freight train if he needs to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I think that's all dictators.
Yeah, but we don't know what they're like in the bed.
Oh, I thought you were saying that metaphorically. Okay.
No, I was metaphorically, but then I started thinking about, well, like, what are these dictators really like when it comes down to like their most insecure moments in between the sheets? Like,
well, there was something about.
Can they take control?
I don't know.
They can.
I don't know. Well, I know you'd have to. I don't know. I don't. See, you've got. It depends where you want to look. See, during, you know, once the popes performed, they were, you know, for a few generations, for multiple, that was the most powerful role on the planet, being the pope. And it depends what you want to call a dictator. Like you look at the emperors of China, they weren't. You had ancestral worship, so you had. See, look, another way of looking at it's like this: if you were in the time of ancient Emperor China, then there was no real freedom because everyone was serving towards the emperor. Then if you go to somewhere like Hindu, well, you know, like in India, the Hindu class, because that's a cultural, everyone had a caste system, so you had to work within a certain caste, keeping it really simple.
Yeah.
And then when you get to Greece, though, well, they had a democracy, and the democracy was formed because half of the women weren't fully free, and they had slaves. So that having women not free and having slaves meant that some people had a lot of freedom, whereas in the other ones, no one except for the emperor had it. So it depends where you want to look at the idea of a freedom and dictator. It gets pretty complicated.
It does.
So
what do you think?
I'm not advocating slavery or like the suffering of women. By the way, I'm just saying, like, because you asked the question, having a favourite dictator, you're basically saying, if I had to have a dictator, who would it be?
Who'd you live under? You know.
Oh God.
And like, what do you think? What sort of things do you reckon the Pope's into?
Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting one because, you know, when you think of the history of that, when the Christians wanted to overthrow a tyrannical government, which was the Romans, and then the Catholic Church had to struggle with actually giving that power back, but they never did. They became powerful, didn't they? So they hung on to that, yet they hung on to Christian values, kind of, you know. Upsetting a lot of Catholics out there probably, but they were powerful people.
And I'm guessing this is the sort of commentary that people really wanted to hear.
Well,
on
you
level
asked.
3.
You asked.
I just came in with a little joke like
sorry,
like Mussolini, and then here we are, and that's the thing. So you can't just like people think like, oh, how many times can you talk about jumping a barrel?
Yeah,
You got to
that's
talk
what I'm saying.
about.
Yeah, you got to talk about other
You
stuff.
got to talk about random stuff.
Okay, right, let's look for someone. King George III, I think he abolished slavery in 1800. Now, I don't think you can call that a dictatorship, you know, like it wasn't, but he still had some authority then. Now, maybe he just signed it because the government agreed. Like, we've got to find some point where you say, where's a dictator? You think, yeah. See, I suppose the Romans weren't all that bad. Like, you could believe in any god you wanted as long as you believed in the state god, so that's okay.
Do you reckon the Colonel was a dictator?
Well, there you go, the Colonel. Yeah. Let's soften it a bit. All right, let's look at this. The Colonel. All right.
You realise he's not actually like an actual military colonel.
Yeah. No,
but he was honoured as a colonel.
Hey, let's not destroy the myth.
No. But he was been honoured as a colonel in Kentucky twice.
Yeah. All right. So let's take the Colonel. All right. He's made something that everyone likes, but he has guarded it. He's not shared the wealth. He's just said, "Hey, go make it yourself." He hasn't liberated the 7, the secret herbs and spices.
There's 11 of them.
Yeah, sorry, I said 7, but there's 11. So he hasn't liberated that. He hasn't said, "Here it is for everyone to make." It's not like Gandhi who led everyone down to the beaches to get the salt out of the water. He said, "No, I'll keep the spices for myself."
Yeah.
So there he's a dictator. I can live under the colonel. Why not?
And that's the sort of guy that I want to live under as well. Do you know what happened when he had a business rival back in the day when he was doing door to door? He shot the prick.
Oh, there you go. Neil, I was watching you. He's just juggling around on the
we're-
bales there. So the colonel shot someone?
Yeah, he had a business rival trying to sell chicken as well. And he's just like, no, you know what? I don't care much for that. Bang.
Yeah, but you're looking at a different time, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's like Caravaggio stabbed the guy because he beat him in tennis. That's like you've got to. There were times when people just lived on the edge, and America was a weird colonial place. Probably still is, really. Like people go, no, that's enough. Gonna have to knife you on that one.
Here's a question for you. Speaking of like that sort of stuff, not really talking about that sort of stuff, but this is like an intrusive thought I've had at work. So I work at a bottle shop in Tasmania.
Yeah.
And you have all those wineries. You know how like you always think like the kids of those winery kids are going to be like this, those are really pretentious sort of people.
Oh, you mean like people are into wines and stuff?
Yeah. But like, no, the people that have like there's the wineries and there's like the children that.
I'll grow up from the winery or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but like, even though they all make big bucks, do you reckon that they hate like the people who like make the really expensive wine look down on the people who sell like the $20 bottles of wine? Like
Do I think that?
Their kids aren't good enough to hang out. Kind of thing?
I knew a sommelier, and he ordered the wine for the Opera House, and his name's Murray.
Did he have his own vineyard though?
He bought land in the town in Greywood because he bought it because of where it was facing against. It was sheltered by the coastals because it was near the coast, and therefore it had a good frosty side of it. So it was a slope that was away from the sun. It got the afternoon sun, the morning.
What's this
sun.
got to do with pretentious children?
Well, the point is he wasn't pretentious.
Yeah, I'm not saying the people who own the wineries are pretentious. The kids that.
Oh, I think some of them. Well, pretentious is just pretend to be something you're not, isn't it? That's what it means.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean. But what I was going to say is that he said you can get fantastic bottles of wine for $15.
You can.
And you can get fantastic bottles of wine for $400. It's just particular taste. But the thing is, you got to spend more money to get taste. And he said some bottles of wine that cost a lot of money, they don't taste very good. So people don't. You just said they're just expensive because they're rare, but they still don't taste good.
See,
it's like this in video game sense, in arcade games, there are really rare games out there. And they're worth a lot of money, but they're boring to play.
Yeah, and no one knows what they're.
Yeah, but someone's going to pay big money for them to get hold of them.
I've actually had a bottle of Dom Perignon in my life.
Yeah.
It was an experience. But that's the sort of thing that makes me think about it. It's like there's people that like the Dom Perignon kids. Like they think they're too good to hang out with like the $200 bottle of wine kids, and then just keep filtering down to how.
So you can't will your will. You just who you are. So I love a fillet of fish.
Again,
and
good fillet of fish is great. A shit fillet of fish is the worst.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's not. I'm not going to pretend I don't like a fillet of fish. But there's other things I like. Like I love oysters. And there's things that are really, fancy things that I think, they're all right. Like I was given truffles once. I couldn't afford to buy them, but it was a friend that I used to. It's a long story, but I was given truffle growers out, and they were really good. But I wouldn't spend the money on them. They were just like buying mushrooms. They were very different flavour. But if they were that affordable, if they were sensible price, you think, I might get some truffles, have some scrambled eggs. But I got to spend $600 on them. They're not that interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So what's your? So you said you're a fillet fish man.
Yep.
Do you deviate from the fillet, or do you stick with the fillet?
I don't. I like a cheeseburger. And that's
pickles,
it.
no pickles.
More pickles.
Extra
Extra pickles.
pickles.
As many pickles they'll put on there for me.
Yeah. Because a lot of people are very anti-pickle. You realise.
I don't like that we call it pickle. I was gherkins as a kid.
Yeah, well, I still call it a gherkin, but
because I don't mind certain Americanisms coming. It's not that, but pickled onions, pickled cauliflower. Pickling is gherkins are pickled vegetables, just like lots of other pickled vegetables, like pickled onions. So when you say pickle, why have we taken this? Because they do great pickles, like great gherkins, like the Gomsky ones, whatever they're called. They're great. But I like pickles. There you go. Neil's finished at 82,000.
Did you try when? I don't know if you guys got this in where you are. So they brought out because Tasmania, even though our KFCs don't get as much credit as they deserve. We're the sort of the tester market for a lot of things.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah, so they brought out they tried to do like the original recipe burger.
Yeah.
They brought it out as like the original recipe burger, and it was like a pickle original recipe burger, and people hated on it pretty hard. And I'm not a big gherkin man. So I'm speaking your language now.
Yeah.
And I tried, and I was like, they're actually not bad for what they are. But you're trying to change what we're used to. And if you start, can we talk about the Colonel? I can be here all night.
No, I don't mind. We are here all night. Yeah.
Is there any good chats? Any good chats over there? Any questions?
No, just shout outs. They're always just shout outs.
Yeah, it's my missus.
No.
What'd she say?
He doesn't deserve it. He'll deserve it if he gets there. Then he'll deserve it.
See,
like a shoehorn him in.
See, they're all the fans, mate. My missus and
that's good.
Mate.
Hello, Danny's missus.
That's right. Sam, by the way.
Sam. Hello, Sam. Do you remember, because you'll remember this, but you grew up in Tasmania, didn't you?
Yeah, mate.
So you may not remember it, because it was pretty rare. It didn't last long.
I was just going to butt in there. I lived in Tasmania. I spoke to my mate Jeffrey down at the fish and chip shop the other day. Guess who's got on hold for me when it comes in?
At the fish and chip shop?
Yeah.
It's got something on hold.
They've also got VHSs and stuff for me. It's like a...
Yeah.
He's got Titanic widescreen version for me.
You're a big Titanic fan, eh?
Waiting for me.
I bet you're crying that every time, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. It's only coming out. Like, he's got the first copy coming over to Tasmania next week.
Well, you've never seen that? We were talking about the Titanic movie from the 90s.
I live in Tasmania, man. And it's widescreen.
All right, then this will make sense. You never had deep fried chicken at McDonald's, did you? They used to have it.
I remember when they tried Mighty Wings. I remember when they tried that shit.
Because
good.
if you look at the cover of the Frank Zappa album, and it's got Caramello Brillo on it, the song, you can see the KFC, the McDonald's box there with the deep fried chicken in it. But I remember I used to go to McDonald's occasionally when we went to Sydney, very occasionally. I didn't like the burgers, I just get the chicken because I couldn't eat. I thought the burgers were horrible.
I remember they did try a thing called Mighty Wings, which is like a rip-off of the Wicked Wings from KFC.
Yeah. Hey, look at this. Sorry, not cut you off, but Tech goes down to his last man. He's got to get past this, which is every chance he will.
This is actually a good call.
Yeah.
So he'd have to get pretty freaked on this rivets coming up.
Yeah.
But again, entirely possible. I've had like many rivets where like you just can't escape the first setup.
It's not like it's no points to get. He's got to get them.
Again, unnecessary to do that.
Yeah, but I suppose at this point,
but he plays the way he plays.
Yeah, he just does it. So this is close.
I've had a couple of rivet boards where I've had like less than 3,000 the entire board. You just can't escape it. He's already got it captured here.
Yeah. Unless something really weird happens, like really weird.
It'd have to be pretty catastrophic now at this point because he didn't get freaked over. As soon as he gets his hammer...
That's it. Oh, he ran off. They're all running away.
Well, again...
Oh.
No.
I thought he was in trouble then for a second.
He'll be able to go up there and point press for a bit. And that should be able to get him across the line no matter what.
That's why this game's boring. It's the point pressing.
You don't find that...
I just find the point pressing really tedious. It's the thing that people love about it, and I think it's dull, and that's why I think the format needs to change. I think the point pressing is not interesting at all.
We definitely need to do something a little bit different. I'm not going to lie about that.
Oh, there's a lot to talk about it, you know.
And speaking of people doing things different, like the Colonel, if you're out there, why haven't you made Zinger Nuggets and Zinger Popcorn Chicken at this point?
I used to, when I was a kid, like teenager, they had the chili. It was like a spicy chicken they had, but it was really quite. I don't know if it's the same recipe they use now, but back then it was kind of a different type of spiciness.
Do you get a Zinger when you go to KFC then?
No,
What do you get?
Oh well, I've got a friend Brian.
Oh, Brian.
Brian, yeah, Brian.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
well, I'm just
classic.
saying, because what if he ever... But Brian, he works in the board game industry for America, one of the big publishers there. But anyway, he and his mates, they love KFC. They said whenever he's got a pun, it doesn't matter what it is, I always turn up with the bucket. That's the kind of mate I am, a bucket.
If you rocked out to my house with an original recipe bucket, I'd be like, Phil, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, but this is a group of people.
I don't give a fuck, mate.
What you're going to say? You're going to tell me off for bringing in a bucket of chicken?
If it's original recipe, like, no one wants that.
Oh, they do. There we go. That's it.
Well, good for them, mate. If you rock up to my
You're
house,
taking this a bit personal now.
if you actually rock up to my house with some original recipe, I'd be
but you
like,
asked
Phil,
me.
no.
But you asked me.
Well, okay, I thought we were actually kind of mates, but obviously, oh no, I'll be a hero. Rock up with a bucket. I'll be like,
Well,
mate.
I think I just like the chicken rather than the burger. I don't eat it very often, but when I do, I like. What do you call them in Tas? Do you call them? Because I know in New South Wales it's called scallops, but in Victoria they're potato cakes.
Yeah, potato cakes.
Because you have Tasmanian scallops, but we just used to both call them Tasmanian scallops and scallops. Anyway.
Tasmanian scallops? A potato cake?
No, because you know Tasmanian scallops.
Like actual scallops?
Actual scallops, yeah.
So we're not talking about potato cakes?
No. And in New South Wales, no, we are. In New
Yeah.
South Wales, they call potato cake scallops. So you go and say, I'll have a scallop, but they used to just refer to the Tasmanian scallops, and a scallop was just a potato cake, but we call them scallops. That was the generic, that was the term of the category. Anyway, I like potato cakes, right?
Yes.
So that's sort of the vegetarian version is sort of way of KFC.
But like, so you're not talking about potato scallops? Because they're the same thing, but we just call them...
Yeah, I'm saying what you call potato, it's simple. Potato cakes in New South Wales are called scallops.
Yeah, I understand
That's it, that's all
so
you need to know.
where's this Tasmanian potato
There is no the Tasmanians... See, look, the thing is, the confusion.
I feel like I'm getting like the knock joke from fucking Phil right now. That's what it feels like.
If I wanted to go and get 2 Tasmanian scallops in Tasmania, right? Listen to me. If I wanted to go and order that and some potato cakes, I could just go and say I have 2 potato cakes and 2 scallops. No confusion, right?
Yes.
In New South Wales, if you went and said, I'll have 2 scallops and 2 scallops, they go, well, that's 4 scallops. Oh, I mean, 2 Tasmanian scallops and 2 scallops, which are potato cakes.
Don't you call them potato scallops, though?
They don't. They've always called them scallops. Now, that may be changing, but it's always with scallops. So I've had to adjust to say, but often I say potato scallops by mistake.
So I'll have some scallops of the sea and some scallops of the land.
Yeah, because it's a scallop cut. That's why it's a scallop cut. That's what it is. Yeah. So anyway, my point is that I like potato cakes. Therefore, things deep fried in fat. Like, who doesn't like sugar and fat? You know, that has to go together.
What kind of salt do you have on your potato scallops?
I like to have
cakes.
I don't put chicken salt. I have salt and vinegar. Coming on? Oh, you've got to go.
Am I against fucking... Okay, of course I'm against fucking Barra. Of course it's fucking against Barra every fucking year at every fucking event.
So, what are we watching here? Hey, Neil! Who are you going to put us on, Bone? Are we going to be watching... Close game, Neil.
Yeah.
It came down pretty much to the wire. Sort of.
Well, it came down to the last board, yeah.
Yeah, last board, and the scores were close, you know. And really, it came down to the last board and the last man, and the scores weren't out of whack like crazy. I suppose Matt could have fiddled around and got more points unnecessarily.
Yep.
But still, like I thought he almost lost it when that Firefox that came down the ladder. And
he wasn't ready for it.
Yeah,
was he?
I really thought, wow. I thought he'd gone through because he had the hammer, didn't he?
Yeah, that's
and I
right.
thought he'd gone to hit it and it slipped by. And I thought this could be it, because I was saying at that point, said, well, that'd be really odd for him to miss it from here. And then that happened. I thought, wow, that was. And Matt would probably say, oh no, that wasn't dangerous, but I think it was.
Yeah, for sure.
I really thought that was.
That could have been it. Yeah,
could have been it.
But still live on for another day. I've got that was 1 win, 1 loss, so still in the comp. But yeah, it was. As you can see, my strategy is just to get as many lives as I can to the last board and then sack all my lives there. I just don't have the skill to maximise the points, sacking them from different levels.
Well, we missed a lot of the commentary because Danny wanted to talk about who's my favourite dictator and KFC and the Colonel and stuff like that, which was fine.
Yeah.
But I said, hey, we've got to stop now because there was a bit that was coming up which was you guys, which was really good.
Yeah.
And when we didn't have the names up for a long time there. We didn't have any game up. There was something wrong with the stream, and anyway, we're back in now.
Yep.
So Danny and Barra. So Danny wasn't happy about this because it does seem to happen to him each year that he has to go up against Barra at some point.
Yeah, especially when you're playing early, it can really you don't want to be a game down early. off the bat.
Danny's better half, Sam, is watching. I don't like that term, better half. I guess I said that because I'm not sure if they're married or not. But anyway, Sam is watching, which is Danny's partner.
Yeah.
I assume she's in Tasmania. Well, she isn't. Well, I assume she's not here, so she must be in Tasmania unless she's anyway. So she's watching. So I think we should be going for Danny on this occasion.
Oh, and just speaking of, Barrett just
he's down 2 men.
Well,
so he's lost a man.
He's lost a man. Yeah, it hasn't made the 7,000 for us. Yeah.
So there you go, Danny. Let's see if Danny can just hold together.
Good
He
start.
could easily do it. He knows how to play.
Yeah, for sure.
And he would have heard that loss. They're right next to each other.
Yeah, you can't miss him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, you're pretty close. Yeah.
Something like that.
So the cabs, I played on the 2 cabs now. And
How are they?
Oh, incredibly good.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Tags has said he felt pretty uncomfortable with the joystick, but he said it was nothing to do with the machine. It was just what he was used to because he has his one at home, which he's since sold to Jeff. Jeff has Tags' little inside knowledge there.
Yeah. Making room for something better, I think.
Well, that wouldn't be hard. All right, let's list some games that we put in place of the Donkey Kong cabinet.
Well,
Starting with, we'll go through the alphabet. A, Arkanoid. B, what would you put in?
Bomb Jack.
No, definitely. C, not Centipede. Well, no. It's a C game that we could put in. Can't believe I'm drawing a blank on C.
I'd put in Canyon.
Commando.
Yeah.
Commando, definitely.
Commando's
great. D.
Depth Charge. I loved it. Depth Charge.
Oh yeah, Defender. I'd like to learn to play it. That's a cool game. E.
Elevator Action.
Oh yeah, Elevator Action. Can I have Can I say Elevator Action?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. We'll do these together.
F. Frogger. I'd play Frogger.
Frogger, yep.
G.
Gyrus.
Yeah. I
Gallagher.
Yeah, probably. I actually seriously would put Gauntlet in so I can play with my mates.
Yep.
Gauntlet's fun.
Yeah. you need mates first.
Yeah, true. I need some mates. Well, at least it looked like I had friends. Gauntlet. What's that? When my mates come out, we thrash out Gauntlet. Yeah, we love it.
Maybe it'll just encourage you, well, we've got this cab now. Now I need some friends. Get you out.
H.
Don't
know many games that start with H.
There's Helify, but I'm not a huge fan of that either. So,
starts with H. There'll be maybe people on the stream will be throwing H, you idiots. There's probably one of the most famous games ever that starts with H.
Yeah.
Can't even. It doesn't have the right sort of phonetic sound for sci-fi and all that sort of stuff, does it? H. Like, what starts with H?
Halloween.
I don't even know the game. So by default, we have to throw in Donkey Kong now, because we haven't got an H.
Honky Dong.
Starts with, I don't know. We'll come back to H then.
Yeah.
H. I. Don't know any I.
Indiana Jones.
Don't know what.
You know?
Never played it. No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's a pinball, but I don't know. Not that I like the pinball.
Yeah,
I couldn't describe the pinball. There'll be plenty now. There's plenty of K's. No, J. We've got J first. Jungle Hunt.
Yeah, Jungle Hunt's great. Yeah.
Or Jungle King.
Yeah.
Go
Either way. Yeah.
Jungle King, Jungle Hunt, K. Actually, when I go back to Gauntlet, I'd probably have Green Beret.
Yeah, you're a fan of that, aren't you?
Yeah, it's fun. I just like it's like Ghost and Goblins in the sense it's predictable in the sense there's enemies coming up, but you still got to get through it. You got to jump and the jump in Green Beret is sort of you're pretty committed in it. You jump and it gets pretty messy. You've got to duck down and back and forth and with your dagger and shoot and stuff and time and use your bazookas and flamethrowers in the best spots. I'm no expert in Far. I mean, I just like playing Skip, but There's also known as Russian attack. So if I get to R and I can't think of it, I'll stop and become again. Americans call it Russian attack, as in Russian country, but with Russian. Like Ghost and Goblins, like
Yeah,
Russian attack.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think its real name's Green Breakers, it's Japanese.
Yeah, right.
Where were we at? We were at JK.
Yeah, I can't think of anything for K.
I would have thought there'd be heaps with K. Why can't we get any more?
Karnov?
Don't know it.
Yeah, it's not very good. I actually don't think I'd prefer it to DK.
Let's
It's
skip ones with K. L, Lunar Lander. I love Lunar Lander.
Lunar Rescue? No, I like
What's the
that one.
difference between Lunar Rescue and Lunar Lander?
Lunar Rescue was...
They have
when-
people down there, do they?
Yeah, you had to excavate, like drop people down to the platform.
But it was
and,
still,
like,
but it was still
move
an
the traffic.
arcade game.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely. Yeah.
M.
Mario Bros. Original. Yeah, I like it.
I'd actually, only because Ken House talks about it, and I have played it, it's very confusing, is Mappy.
Oh, Mappy,
He reckons
yeah,
Mappy's
yeah.
a great game, but most people don't like it because it's bloody hard and they don't know what to do.
The scoring system's difficult to
I
understand.
don't know anything about
Yeah.
it, but it's pretty weird. It's a trippy sort of game. You're bouncing on
Yeah.
things. N.
Nibbler.
I don't know. I mean, I know Nibbler, but yeah, Nibbler. Because I don't know how to play it, it was in there. But you'd say Nibbler in front of Donkey Kong, you're saying?
I put them on the same kind of level, to be honest.
Nibbler. I don't know if I've got one in yet. Can't think of any.
New Rally X, if you wanted that.
That's a bit of a cheat, though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So I'll skip N. O.
The only game I can think of is like Omega Race. That I haven't played that before.
Yeah. I feel like there must be heaps
We
more
must be,
titles.
yeah.
There must be
We're
heaps
missing
more.
him.
Yeah, P. Pit. The pit. I think we can remove the to pit because there's a bit of it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the pit. I'd have the pit.
Yeah. Okay.
I like that
Got
game
one for
'cause it's
D.
weird. Yeah. And we just skip Q because it's just Q better.
Yeah.
R. There's heaps in R. Rygar, Rastan. That's heaps.
You can't think of anything else? Nothing that you'd really like?
Robotron. Robotron. Yeah, well, Robotron, obviously.
Yeah.
S, Sinistar.
Yeah.
Stargate. There's lots with S because it's space
Sinistar's
stuff.
great.
You know.
Yeah. Spectre.
Sinistar.
Spectre. Amazing game. Check it out if you haven't heard of it before.
Shinobi. I love Shinobi. That was a cool side scroll. T. Tempest. That's a good game.
Tutankhamun.
I never played it, but I like Tempest. You don't like Tempest?
No, I'm not a fan of Tempest.
I like it more than Gyrus.
Yeah, right.
Fighting words.
Each their own, Phil.
Yeah. U. That's going to be hard. V's going to be hard. Getting into dregs now, aren't we?
Yeah.
W.
We'll worry.
X.
We'll just end up
Yeah.
with like
Xevious.
Zazon. Right.
Z. Zaxxon. Zaxxon's cool though. That's because it's that isometric.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
But I will probably. Anyway, the point is there's a lot.
Yeah.
Alphabetically, we could easily get a lot in.
Mm.
And anyway, that's not rubbish in the game, really. It's just a very hard game.
So, Barra's, it looks like Danny slipped up a bit here because I don't think he would want to be this many lives down this at this point of the game. I couldn't imagine he's sacking at this point.
No. Barra's really getting some points there on those two barrels.
He's really good at it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Him and Tech.
Yeah, he just steered that one, didn't he? Just grouping them together.
It's surprising, like I was saying to the lads, like, I know it's a level 3 comp. The idea of level 3 is like it's a short format, you know, but like, it actually does take a fair bit of time to get there.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, if I was writing it now, there you go. It's Danny. If I was writing it now, you'd almost have to do level 1, board 1. because there's just so much point pressing still. Because I saw it as an attempt to equalise, like trying to get the players of everyone can get past level 3, so to get them, but they just point press so hard in it because I didn't think there'd be that much point pressing. because of the difficulty of not steering the bikes. You can still steer them, but I didn't think it'd be as much. You know.
Maybe like a one life format might be interesting.
Yeah. I still like my best one. I think for me anyway, my preferred one is just the ROMs of the barrel boards, and that's it. Just run to the end.
Yeah.
I think it'd be gas. You'd just be watching it.
It'd be
just watching them, just go and thinking, oh, we've got a leader. So Barris is leading. You'd have second there. Oh, Danny's out. Neil's in second here. So you'd have two screens. These are the two front runners.
Yep.
And someone just drops out. Oops, who's come up? You'd see, oh, no, Barris out now. And be flipping back. It'd be exciting. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
You know. Let's see what happens now. And we've got ANZAP on Sunday, inductees.
Yeah,
Hey, we could talk about that now because they won't hear this until later.
Well, unless they hear about it, unless they listen to this.
Oh, you better not say them.
Yeah, just in case. Just in case.
Well, we've got 3. We can say that much. We're inducting 3 this year, but we've also got a list for next year because we decided to. I think Neil was right. There was a few of us talking about it, but Neil had this idea that some of them we should give another year because they're going to do more things, we believe, and we want to rather induct them on top of those added merits.
Well, there's a couple like a.
Don't give too much away.
I don't mind saying, but like there's like somebody who's.
We can induct them now.
We could induct them now. They've got like a. Like there's a part of the community side of like why we would induct them, and a technical side as well as a gaming side.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
And also the informal side. You know, there's lots of things. But we thought in a year it'll just be tidier because there's just more in there.
Yeah, for sure.
And we also it's all over.
Yeah, done and dusted. Danny done and dusted.
But there is also a side of like. Just spreading them out a bit because we don't have much time to induct people, and it gets pretty difficult to fit it in and to say a few words. You know,
I'd like to spread them out as much as possible. Really, like
one a year.
Just less a massive spread.
I think that was a euphemism.
The more spread, the better. So but like I think 3 is a good number.
Yeah.
I think maybe we could continue with that unless we have years that we don't feel like we don't have like the amount of people. Yeah. Well, like maybe like a 3 maximum might be something to.
Yeah. Well, look, I think it'll get to the point where
we'll all be in.
Well, I don't think everyone will get in. I think that will. I really don't. I just don't think it'd be possible. You'd be looking. It just doesn't make sense, you know. Like it's meant to be a Hall of Fame, not just. You have to have done, you know,
great things.
Well, there's people we know have got. Well, we know there's one we looked at. It was recommended we look at them, and they've got like, you know, a solid number of world records, but they're on pretty empty leaderboards. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to get. The scores could be amazing, but we've got nothing to compare them to.
Yeah, it's really hard.
And that becomes a problem, you know.
It's really hard to gauge them, especially like. If you complete a game, you can say like, "Oh, that's obviously impressive in some regard."
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that could just play Golden Axe for a month and you'll complete it.
Yeah. And see, there's some scores that you think, well, say if someone got a world record, well, there's plenty of it, and they just had it for such a long time on a very well-known title, you'd think, well, okay, no one's come close to that score in 10 years. That could be evidence on a popular title that people are just too daunted. They're just daunted by the score to actually go for it.
Yep.
And you say, okay, let's induct them on that. You know, like just have a number there saying, well, 10 years, no one's got near it. And let's induct them. You know, it's got to be a title that's accessible on various platforms that anyone could play at any given time.
Yep.
You know, and the obvious one that is, you know, because you probably this is Space Invaders. Like, we don't really know how difficult that. I was saying before, like how difficult that score is. It's because no one plays it. Because it is hard. It's hard because it's grueling, and then you think, well, it's not as if you can't play it, and people do. Like people play at the arcades because they know it, but no one in the community has stepped up to try and get it.
There's a couple of scores like that in Australia. Like if you think of, it's not as these aren't as popular titles, but we were talking about John McNeil's Bump and Jump. He's put such a high score on that like it would take a really big effort to even like start
Well, your
to
Ghost
climb
and
that
Goblins,
mountain.
what it's 1,131,000.
If you say so. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
world
something
record.
like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now, how big a score is that when you start making your way down through it?
How big is it?
Yeah.
It's sorry. I only just passed the world record holder.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you to measure what? Sorry, I didn't explain that. So if you get 100, like Donkey Kong, to beat the world record by only 100 points, it's an epic thing to get to the position where you can actually beat it by 100 points.
Yep.
So with Ghost and Goblins, how difficult is it to just get to even the score and then go past it?
Yeah, very difficult.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
So someone looks and goes, I've been playing this and I get here, and then there might be someone chasing the score and they just can't, like Justin Elliott said before, chasing the world record for Donkey Kong. You just got to get those things in place. Just things have to fall in a sort of order that you can actually get the score.
Yep.
How many times you want to do that?
Yeah.
Whereas there's some games like Gallagher's an obvious one where there's nothing stopping you from getting the score. It's just sheer. There's no end to it. Just go and do it.
Yep.
It's same with Nibbler. The exhaustion's the problem with Nibbler. I mean, you still got to play the game. It goes for so long, which says something about the game. Same with Asteroid. You've just got to play. You've got to play it for that amount of time. Whereas Gallagher doesn't have a 24-hour game set on it yet. No one's put 24 hours in the marathon.
Yeah.
And maybe you can't because maybe wrists get too sore. It's too much activity. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there is something in it anyway when the score's sitting up there for such a long period of time. Neil, you've got to go play. Hey, can you get me Sean? Sean. Oh, sorry. I thought they were out. Oh, Boner's in. I thought you weren't getting on. You've been sitting there all night.
Mate, I've been looking after the stream.
Yeah. Had a few little bumps, but nothing too serious. That's going well.
Yeah, I've won 2 games so far, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, nice one. And how you been, Boner?
I've been alright. I've been pretty good. Working hard.
Working hard. We were just talking about world records. Your Psychic 5, what's that leaderboard look like? Not putting you on the spot. Because to introduce Boner's a kill screen on Donkey Kong. He's got a 1 billion point score on Nibbler. So he can play for a long time, but you also have Psychic 5, which I don't know anything about, and it's just one of those games I don't know. And we were just talking about how to assess games where they're a bit outside of elsewhere, they're not got as much active play on them. But you'd be someone to know how difficult that game is to get, but where does it sit against other scores? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, on TG the arcade record was 13 point something million.
Yeah.
I used to play it when I was a teenager, not very well. It was just putting coins in. But I 1cc'd it beginning of last year, the year before, I think, and I got 1.9 million. So even 13 million to me was just like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then, but there's another high score site that had 19.1 million.
Yeah.
And
Was that Orcade or something, was it?
Mark.
Oh, Mark. Yeah.
MARP.
Oh, that's been down though, hasn't it?
I don't trust it.
yeah.
If you Google MARP, Map Action Replay page, one like the 3rd or 4th hit is it's compromised by hackers or something like that. So
it's been down for a while, Mark.
Yeah, so I'm not going anywhere near it. But someone told me that it was 19.1, so that's kind of what I set my lower limit at. I'd love to try and go for over 20, but my limit, my goal was 19.2 when I did that.
Just quickly, hey, Jeff, can we just get 2 up?
No, they started.
Yeah.
I just told him, can you look after this?
Maybe Neil and Tagster. Neil and Tagster, if you could.
So 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So
just because
here I've got to
Neil
go
just
up
came
there.
off the game, we're curious how it goes this time. Thanks, Jeff.
Yes, so it was a game I always had fun playing. So
Yeah. And what did it look like on MAME? Because often you get MAME's a good place to look if you can trust the site to see some comparative scores. Because often you get a lot of activity on MAME because people can't get the machine. Was it a higher score on MAME? Is there a lot of scores? Is it like? Because sometimes the world, like some tracks don't have lots of scores on there.
Yeah, and you just never know. Some people just don't.
They don't submit, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
The main record, I can't remember. I don't think it was 13.
Yeah. It's just Sean Tagg. That's it. Sorry, mate. CAIRN. That's it. Neil Cairns, like the city.
Yeah, so it wasn't really about the scores that were there. It was more that the scores that I knew were verified.
Yeah.
Well, you know, assuming it was verified, I didn't go to that site myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, even 13 to me seemed like whoa.
Oh yeah,
you know.
yeah.
But then when I learned about the game and learned a few of the hints and tricks and stuff, I was getting 13 pretty easily, and then starting to push from there.
Yeah. Well, it's like most games. You start to realise that once you get around a few bits, it starts to take off a bit, and then it starts to slow down a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Donkey Kong's a good example of that. You know, it's hard enough to get to a start.
The steps at the top are small and they're hard.
Yeah. It has the steep learning curve.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's a peculiar, nuanced game. Like these little things you've got to know, and once you start putting them into play, you can see the players do it, like you all do it, and some of the higher scorer players do it more often, but steering barrels and grouping them, and that's where their peripheral vision sits, you know.
Yeah.
And they just, you know, it's more like Space Invaders, really. Games that you're not looking at where you are, you're looking at where the barrels are. But when you're a lower player, like someone like me who can't play at all, I'm just looking at Mario or Jumpman, you know.
Yep, and I think it's doing wrong things and then locking that into your mind. Every time I see this scenario starting to happen, I don't put myself in that situation where I died. You know, like you start to recognise situations early and avoid them, which I'm not a great player either. You know, I just have a go.
Kill screener.
But I think it's more about I've died like this before, you know, and back away.
Yeah.
Or, learn from your mistakes.
Life lessons from the super coach. So you're looking forward to qualifying tomorrow? Or is that a bit of a grind for you?
No, it was last year.
You just rocked up, sort of smashed it out, didn't you?
No, not last year. Last year, I started trying to qualify at 10, and I don't think I got 572.
You did something, or did you just walk in on put a really good score up in the finals? Something happened. I remember you. I'm sure, or did you just come late in the afternoon on the qualifying and put a big score up? I can't remember now.
No, you find a few guys will start trying to qualify at 10. They'll get a good score before 12 and then just go home.
Well, they just hang around.
And Kibby 2 years ago, he got a good score like by 12 o'clock, 700 or something, and he just went home. We didn't see him until the next day finals.
Yeah, I haven't seen Kibby tonight at all.
Yeah, he set up all the stream and everything, what we're seeing now, and kind of showed me through it and said, like, I'm feeling RS.
Yeah.
So he's gone home for a rest, and he'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, he'll be back here tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, he's never been that fond of level 3. I don't think, Kibby.
Yeah, neither have I.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying that's a problem. I think he likes we talked about on the stream once. He just felt that I don't know, like he felt that the wild barrels were too much of a chance element that could remove.
Yeah, it's really high risk play.
Yeah.
So this is looking fairly even, except for Sean's down a man.
Yeah. I was saying before, I really think that level of players out there now, that today and tomorrow, all of them, if you're a kill screener, all of them, it really is about, because they've all got the skill set to do it. It's just keeping your head together. You know?
And even 2 years ago, there's 3 or 4 at least that I can think of guys here that didn't have a kill screen that now have a kill
Oh, really? Who's that?
Yeah,
Who's here now who's got a kill screen?
In the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah. 2 years, sorry. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to say Neil Cairns, Sean
Oh, no, Neil's had a
Tagg,
bunch. Yeah, Sean Tagg's had a kill screen for a long time.
Danny, kill screen.
Yeah, Danny did. Yeah, Danny's a newer kill screen.
Danny
yeah.
and Dennis.
Um,
So in the last.
oh, Dennis. Yeah,
in the last two
yeah. Danny and Dennis are new kill screeners.
Yeah.
And well, Patrick's got to be in there because he only came to the last two at Brewdog, so he was a fresh kill screener then. So he was fresh, you know.
I have a feeling Patrick Silver kill screened at
The Kong off last year, but he'd already
Was it last year or the year before?
last year, but he'd already kill screened though before.
Yeah,
he'd already had a kill screen,
Yeah.
but he was new. Like he'd only come to the last two Kong offs.
Yeah.
Um,
So yeah, that level has just
Yeah.
in the last couple of years.
and that's the difference when you got
gone
those guys who are coming through. They're a bit fresh to it, like Patrick. They've become a bit more of a threat because it's sort of they're sort of
Yeah, never underestimate Patrick Silver. He's a great player and he can pull some really good scores.
Pat.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Again, with him, it's just keeping it like he put up 800,000 point kill screen. Then it's just how do you carry that game into the finals? And it's all mental at that point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because they can obviously do it. It's just doing it.
Well, he was actually gonna leave. I think he had the crew walking around with him doing the
Yeah, they were
documentary.
doing a doco, but it was interesting those guys because they interviewed lots of people. They interviewed me, and I told them afterwards. We talked. Said this doco. I said politely to them. I said I don't think you know what you're getting into in the sense of because they thought Patrick's going to go up and he's really good at Hong Kong and he's the best in Sydney or whatever, not the best, whatever. It's high points. He could win it. I'm thinking this has a decade-long more history now. Depending how far back you want to go, but in recent history when they were there, you're looking back, like sort of really sort of started kicking off in 2007. But there were players who they weren't into it then. But the better part of 10 years has been people really putting scores up, and do you know what I mean? Like I don't think they realised how difficult and the depth of the game was to some of the players here. Like obviously Barra, Matt Tecchio, Jeff, these guys are 1 million plus players.
Yeah.
1 million, and then you've got people like Shane Saul, who's a consistently solid player, like just consistently good. Same with Alan Stall, consistently strong. And then others like, Neil Cairns, Pelly, they're just solid players. They're not easy beats, So it's not that was a criticism of them. I wasn't saying that. I was just trying to talk to them about how much practice some of these players have done. Like hundreds of hours of this game.
Yeah, and it can all just fall apart on this weekend as well.
So you playing much games at all?
No, not really. I haven't really practiced that much this year. Maybe I've had like 6 games in the last.
Oh, but not even Donkey Kong. Anything? You don't?
No,
You're a regular gamer? Not really.
Not really. I've kind of had some stuff going on in my life that I haven't really been able to. Like when I played Psychic 5, I played 3 hours a night and more on the weekends. And I've got things going on. I've got a great job that I've had for a year and a half, and I absolutely love my job.
Yeah.
Working with electronics and kind of had finding a new place to live early this year, and that's been stressful for me as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of I either want to give it everything or just don't do it.
Well, it's an easy thing to drop if things are going on. Like it's not like if you're busy with stuff. It's like golf. If you get busy, you think, well, I can drop that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because it's a proper commitment. It's not like I'll go down the pub and have a game of pool or darts. Like you sort of, I'll play this. And you think, well, if you're really playing it like the level you guys do, you just learning to play a game. You put an hour in, and then when you get good at it, for most games, you're going to be playing for an hour just to get a good score.
Yeah, and you need a lot of focus and that, and you can't be concentrating and focusing on this when you've got other things rolling around in your mind and stuff. So I just haven't really. It's not really that I haven't had the time, that I haven't had the focus I need to really put my head down and go for it.
Yeah.
So these guys are still neck and neck. Neil's now
he's down
2, and Sean's still got his two. He lost Tags. They lost one fairly early.
Neil just lost one just while we were talking.
I did hear the.
He went down. He had the last rivet, and he went down to get the prize because there were two freezers on the top of that ladder, and I think he was hoping to draw them down so he could actually point press on there. I think he could have just finished it. He just would have to just jump over the rivet from the right hand to the left. But it seemed to me he really just wanted to try and get.
Well, he might be killing his guys off here if he just died. You can't finish level 3.
Oh, that's right. He's on level 3. Oh, of course. Yeah. Well, that's what he's doing then. Sorry. So that's why he was trying to point press. He's thinking, he's not going to finish. I just, because we've been talking so much, just lost track of where we're actually in the game. So he's in a good position like that. But they both are.
I think Tags has got a slight advantage now. He's got 3,000 on his timer, but this fireball's going to come up and make him finish. When he probably could have got 3,500, 4,000 out of that 3,000 time.
So this is going to be close then, big fella.
It's going to be really close, this game.
Yeah, it's the timer bonus is going to. Well, it's all obvious, isn't it? It's point pressing and. Because I was going to say just quickly, like Neil was point pressing by jumping behind the Firefox at one point on that hammer.
Yeah.
Well, the hammer was gone, but he was just getting points there. So he's really looking for points.
So I think Tags has got the advantage here, slightly.
It looks like to me that I don't like to talk about unluck and that, but it seems in this one and the last one, it didn't seem like Neil managed to get many of the barrels. They were sort of spawning. It's caught on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Like there, I don't think he might have got some end on the bottom. I didn't see it, but he got nothing then. And he's still got another rivet down the bottom to go down and get. I assume he'll take that one out and just run down, don't you think? Get the prizes on the way.
He's all good now because the fireball's going to be trapped on the right.
Yeah.
So, and he's a freezer, so if that fireball freezes up here, he can't go down the ladder till Neil goes down, but then the fireball will then have to, he's forced to go back up the top, and Neil will go down, collect the 800 and finish the level. So he's got to start moving very soon. I'd go like now if it was me.
What, to get the prizes? Or just... Yeah.
He's not going to finish.
Sorry?
He's just going to let the timer run out. I was thinking he might have went down and got the 800 prize. So Tags has got a man in the bank.
Still a lot of points though. Still 3,000 points roughly from here. Yeah. He's still got to get it though. Not saying he can't. Not saying not going for Tags though.
I'm going for everybody. Good games are good games.
I just try and be. Until it gets into the finals where you think, this could be a nice upset, something different. But at this point, it's level 3. It's an insight to where the game's at. And I'm just saying that with rivets, you can just get locked out. Like he's on his last man, and it's 3,000, 2,000, or 1,000 points. He should get it, but he's still got to get it if something goes wrong. But I think he seems like he's playing a bit safe now.
Yeah, I'd be just getting as many fireballs as I can here.
Well, he just only got to collect the prize and he's over, isn't he?
Yep, that's true.
So don't worry about it. Just go down and get it.
Yep.
Done.
Well done, Tags.
Done,
I wasn't even looking at the score. I knew
I wasn't.
close,
I thought I wasn't saying he wasn't going to get it. It's just you can get funny with that. I've seen people fall through the rivets in finals. They're just something goes wrong. And I think that's what can happen also when you think I've finished and you can get a bit too relaxed maybe. I don't know. Jack Felipe's not here this year. No, there's another person who's not here this year.
On the big screen.
Yeah, well, there's nothing else to show, so might as well look at us.
Well, I'm probably going to be up again. I'm not sure.
So he must be. How many more rounds have we got to into the? Must be. There's not many players left now, is there?
I'm really not sure. You've got to lose 2 games to be out. So you can lose a game and then still...
That's Neil out, because that's his second loss, I know that much.
Yep.
Tags the lost one, he's lost one before, so... what about you? Where are you at?
I've won 2 games
wow.
of 2, which surprised
Whoa.
Surprised me.
Yeah, that's good.
But yeah.
Now I've got something to go for.
It could all
Something
fall apart
different.
next game, but I've still got 2 games to go. Even if I lose
Yeah,
the
yeah,
game,
yeah.
I have no idea what the draw is, or I'm not even sure how it works. Where you lose a game, but you're still in. Can you lose a game and then still win the whole thing? I have no idea. They just say you're playing,
Yeah,
and
I
I
don't know. Like if you, I don't know. I suppose because they must match it up that if you got going in, there's got to be more than just you with 2 wins. So out of that, you'll end up with someone going through with 3 wins. Because someone of the 2, you'll be playing someone who's got 2 wins. Because you've got 2 wins, so that person gets 3, and someone else will have 3 wins. So you're going down to probably fight for the 2nd position. Do you know what I mean? Like, so the winner of that one will, they come second. It's got to straddle down like that somehow.
Yeah.
But still, you're in a position. From here, you can theoretically win, whereas others can't.
Okay.
That makes sense.
That's
doesn't
good
it?
to know.
Yeah.
I'll probably get Tech or Barrow next.
Oh, well, that's the problem because you're at that. Well, that's the stratosphere you're in now. You're up that high. That you are probably going to get some lightning strikes.
Yes, like when I got into the top 8 last year, it was like the 4 best players were the 4 games against the other people that had made it through.
Yeah.
And I kind of held my own last year. I played Shane Saul in the top 8 and actually got 50k in front of him. And when I lost my last man, but he chased me down still had a spare man.
Yeah.
So, but it took him a good 15-20 minutes to kind of chase me down.
Yeah. So they, I guess they just have a break, do they? I think it has a different vibe out here from Brewdogs. Obviously, it has a different vibe but I felt because it works well because it's not as noisy. It used to be so noisy at Brewdogs. The pinballs would be just behind our heads and right next to us, and it was just. And it was just really not that it mattered. It was a good vibe.
It was a big metal shed with a concrete floor as well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
here
think
it's all floor, but
around a lot
the
more.
ceiling was really. Here it's we've got curtains and stuff. It just softens all the noise. But I guess there seemed to always be a fast. Well, this is the first time I've been here, but there was a pace to it that people would. There was a lot more. Like just activity on the floor almost, like it was. Do you know what I mean? It's just a calmer feel because you normally would look out and see a few people sitting around a table with like those people everywhere, and also because the Australian Arcade Championship, they used to have a whole bank of other arcade machines behind that. Yeah. So it's a bit different this year because they did struggle to find the space, So they were lucky to find this one.
It's definitely more comfortable
to be
here than to be in the back of the brewery with the big
and Brewdogs was great.
I loved Brewdog, and I was
great.
really sad when I found out it wasn't going to be there this year.
They've all been different. They've all been like when we were at the Echo, that was pretty fun because you'd walk out and they'd have like a hot dog eating contest on or some arm wrestling and stuff. You'd walk out and there'd be something like that on. And me and Barrow watched the hot dog and said, let's watch this. And I was watching it and I just said, we both almost turned to each other and said, I can't watch it, I'm going to feel sick. Just watching these people it's one thing on TV, but when you're there, it's just like
stuff.
It just seemed, it was just too much, to see it live, and then you'd walk out the back and there'd be some like draft horse going by or some animal. It was pretty different, because there'd be just horse, it was the Echo, like, there was all sorts of stuff going on.
You and me, mate.
All right. What now?
Are we going to set that up on the stream?
Yeah, put that on the stream.
It's not it.
Yeah, you set it up then. When it's time. Yeah, once it's time to set it up.
All right. Well, I'll head over to the stream computer, and so we're going to be on 3 and 4.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, crush it, baby.
See you again.
Yeah. Send John Tannell over, can you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, he's playing. So, so it looks like if you put up Jeff's in number 3, Boner?
Tekio Barra. Oi. Tekio Barra.
Oh, we're going to put Tekio Barra. So Tekio Barra, this is almost like the finals already.
Yeah, I know. I think there was a setup.
Mark, game the system, Ghouls and Ghost Bell.
That's me. That's what they call me on a Friday night. And it just happens to be a Friday night. It's perfect.
Sorry, I'm going to have to take my shoe off.
Why?
It's got a bit of a cramp.
Ah, I was going to say,
Yeah,
does it start with a shoe and then it ends with the pants? And is it this type of stream or?
Yeah, every time a barrel's jumped, every time
piece of
someone picks
clothing
up a
gets
hammer,
removed.
I've got to remove a piece of clothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when they both remove a hammer together, yeah.
Right.
Just got really sore. I think I must have been sitting here a bit because this chair's here. I'm not stretching out.
Ah, okay.
Funny spot because I'm worried about bumping the cords. I'm just going to have to ignore it.
Yeah, fair enough.
How's it been going, Mark? How is the game, the system, and Sydney arcade scene?
It's going really well, actually. BPAC now is going awesomely.
Very good.
We've built up a really good pinball community there. The arcade stuff still needs a bit of a push. We're getting some reasonable amount of players coming along per month to do a Street Fighter 3 third strike comp.
That'd always have pretty good attention, wouldn't it? Street Fighter tournaments.
Yeah. But otherwise, yeah, it's just going great. It's going awesome. And 1989 doesn't exist anymore, but it's been bought out by a new owner and calls it Astros.
Yeah, I think I heard that. I just couldn't remember the name.
Yep. But
that was a bit of a move to change the name. I would have thought they would have kept it.
Yeah, I think there was some sort of negotiation between Ben Campbell, who owns 1989, and the new owner in terms of just Ben keeping the name and them buying it for a cheaper price or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But either way,
whatever. No, I was. Anyway, doesn't matter. With the Street Fighter tournaments, what's the demographic there? You still get, do you get young players coming in?
Oh yeah, most of them are young. Yeah.
Like a lot of them are they young as in like high school or university? Are they?
University, yeah. We're talking maybe early 20s, late teens.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting because Street Fighter Third Strike still pulls in a young crowd.
Yeah. And is it? I mean, this will sound. I don't in any way mean to say it's not some judgment, but do you get a lot of Asian people coming in for it? Like.
Yeah.
Because they used to be. I remember in America, a lot of the guys played over there who had professional played. They would go to Vegas and they played Japanese guys there would come in, So it was same with Daytona there. I think they still have a lot of gaming around that, don't they? In Japan is what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying it's not a race thing, it's a cultural thing I was trying to
Yeah,
get
of course.
at.
No.
I should have said Japanese is what I meant to say.
Yeah, right, yeah. Now we get a good mixed crowd and like I said, predominantly younger people.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting to me. when originally we were running those tournaments, it was really interesting that there were people coming in playing on these cabs that they'd actually never played on before because they were used to playing it on computer. Emulated on computer and online, and so they were just absolutely transfixed with the idea of playing on actual hardware. They thought it was so cool. They'd never done it before.
Well, I think that's the selling point of the barcade arcades, is having... There's something about...
the original stuff.
You're actually stepping up to something. I'm not saying inability. There's a physical thing that you're now... It's in front of you and it's housed in this environment. The machines are next to each other. I think it's something that I think the arcade... Look, of course you're here. I think the arcade community needs to lean in to that. And I think it also needs to lean into what's actually going on in the bigger gaming scene, which is speed running and StarCraft and Fortnite, where you get the games start. I really think that I think the arcades have to move away from world records and in a gaming sense and their tracks. You start defining new tracks that are shorter, they're reachable by players who can come in and they can come in and do a tournament every other Saturday or every Saturday. You can't have games go, we'll do a tournament, it'll take you about 2 hours to play a game. I think you've got to look at the environment that this culture sits in.
It needs to be more approachable to the casual player.
And I think make sure those games are available on Switch or can be played well on main, but particularly Switch, because the arcade archives there gives you a lot of room to learn to play those games, and come in and play, because it's a very popular. And anyone who's a PC gamer who's playing arcade games, again, main's very accessible.
Yeah, exactly.
And so long as those buttons, so you can't go and say, "Oh, let's play Tempest." Well, who's got a spinner?
Exactly. Yeah.
or
that's
trackballs.
right.
You can still do those, but they're more bespoke.
That's right.
Things,
You need the dedicated hardware to be able to play it correctly. Yeah.
And I think that's a conversation that really should be happening between the arcade operators known as like yourself, Jerry, Simon, those guys who are,
Oh, Death there on Barrow.
It's something that could unify those various states into a contest where people can start sending teams to and back and forth from each other. Something that, because the thing about Donkey Kong, like, you've got all these really solid Donkey Kong players, but if you want to have a Ghouls and Ghosts tournament, well, everyone looks at those scores and go, well, that's well out of my reach, so there's nothing to play.
That's not
for.
achievable. Yeah, exactly.
So if you had to like I've been saying to people, just forget the score and set the cabinets up. You've got enough and get 60 in ones. Go right, just run to the end of whatever level, first one to get there. Like that sort of stuff that feels. So you might get the speed runners in because they know that behaviour. But still arcade. And the difference between the speed runs that they use lots of glitches to jump through stages and back doors, and I don't know if that's the right terms, but they find. It's sort of like a type of reverse engineering. They're exploiting the programmer's faults.
Oh, absolutely.
Whereas not many arcade games lend you that opportunity, See, Gallagher does. There's one where you can jump levels by doing certain things, but
right,
and it makes sense as a race in that way to perfect it. But do you know what I mean? I don't think there's nothing in Ghouls and Ghosts or Ghosts and Goblins where you can actually just jump past something, is there?
There's little things you can do, but it's actually interesting you say that, because just recently, maybe a month ago, they found a new glitch in Castlevania on NES that allows you to warp to the end credits.
Oh, that was on? I saw that on
Carl Jobs. Yeah, Carl did a.
But was
video
that on? But was that on the arcade though?
No, not arcade.
No,
it's console.
Because it was never an arcade game, Castlevania.
No, it was. There's a game called Haunted Castle.
Oh, okay.
It's horrible.
But it's not like Castlevania.
It is Castlevania. It's made by Konami, so it's actual.
But it's not the
first
depth of
iteration.
Castlevania, though.
No, so it's.
Because that's a tough game.
Oh yeah, it's a really hard game, and actually, Haunted Castle on arcade is brutally difficult. It's horribly difficult. But the point I was making though is that constantly, always, people are finding new ways to sort of get around the rules of games, being able to finish it quicker or do what they need to do. And it's really exciting because from my perspective, all of these games that you can play from back, 40 years ago or whatever, they're still infinitely replayable because they're still finding new techniques.
Yeah, but I wonder if there are things where you can jump levels. Like they found it in Gallagher. I remember that little Gallagher back in Australia now, like
Gallagher, potato.
But it makes you wonder, because no one's exploring these things in Donkey Kong, so you get these speedrunners in going, because they must have a level of software engineering to know that, like if there's a finishing line, they must think, well, that's programmed to say the line's there, but what if they've drawn the line in the wrong direction somewhere?
Mhm.
Oh, if I go around here and come back around that cactus or something, I could finish the line. You know,
Mhm.
they must be aware of certain things to test, you know.
Yep.
So somewhere they go, when this triggers this, well, maybe I can trigger Kong to walk off early. There must be something in. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what it is.
I wouldn't be surprised if
Yeah.
that gets found at some stage, because people are now looking into the code.
Yeah.
You know, the actual programming code of games to be able to figure out these weird glitches that no one knows about.
So it must be effectively, and if Carl Jobson was here, but you knew more about this because I have no idea what I'm talking about. But if Jumpman, like looking at Barra's screen there, or they're both in the same spot, if he goes up that ladder to Pauline, then that's a finishing line. They must force an animation sequence. Say that's the end of the thing.
Yep, that's right.
So when you look around, is there any way to cause that earlier? Well, probably not on Donkey Kong because you've got to, you know, there's no, you've got to climb to the top.
But there may be.
But there may be.
Yeah. And it may get found, who knows? That's what's exciting about these old games. There's always new things being discovered.
And do you play much anymore? Are you when I say play, you probably do, but are you actually on a game going, yeah, I've been crushing, you know?
Yeah, not really. I
Things
mean, the last 5 months or so, I've just been super busy at work and various other things. So I haven't really had the time to play games that I'd like to. And again, you know, speedrunning duels, I love doing that. I actually plan to practice a lot of these games for BPAC, but it just never happened because I've just had no time. So I haven't played much at all, sadly. But regardless, I like turning up and just playing games and socialising and talking with people. It's fucking awesome.
Well, that's all I do. I don't even play the games.
Yeah.
I just turn up.
Playing is optional.
Yeah, well, I just don't. Like, I rarely play video games. I went to Tagsters last year, or was it early this year? I can't remember. And I said, when we meet up and catch up, why don't we have a little tournament? I said, and I said, yeah, put on Jungle King. It's a great game.
Yeah.
So I said, what are you going to do? Well, it's got a built-in timer. It's not about the score. Let's just run to the end. And because none of us had practiced, you know, and Tekio was there, and Pelly was there, and Tagster was there, and you know, we said I get 3 goes each, but you have to finish. You have to save. If you don't get to there, there's no time or score catch. You have to cross that line. And I was testing this idea to see, and because of that, without prior knowledge, I don't mean to be a boast, but I won.
Yeah, right.
Because we were just a fresh game.
Yeah,
so it doesn't mean a lot.
Yeah.
But you could see we were learning from each other in just that few moments to play.
Yeah.
But being a finishing line, you thought, well, I can't dawdle. No one's caring about the points. You just think, I've got to get there as quick as I can, so people are starting to take the more risks.
Yeah.
So you just have to.
Yeah, and it changes the game, and it sort of mixes it up and makes it a little bit. It sort of levels the playing field. I was going to say before that it's absolutely fantastic what they've done here at BPAC this year, which is the 60-in-1 tournament, which was like a match play, target match play thing where you've got a 3-minute timer to get your score. And that was awesome. And then there's also the speedrunning events that were here that were absolutely fun to play in. So doing those new things, and also these new things are kind of, again, more inclusive because you're not playing a game for 40 minutes. You've got a hard timer, or you're trying to reach the end fast as possible. It was just so fun.
Well,
so fun to mix it up.
Well, that's the real thing. Is it's the accessibility to it. You know, like most contemporary gamers. It's different if they're RPG games like Tears of the Kingdom or, you know, Red Dead Redemption, where it's, you know, you can spend time just wandering around and looking at things. It doesn't have the pressure on you like that.
Yep.
But arcade games, the pressure's on, and a lot of gamers aren't. Well, contemporary gaming is not like that. It's very short. You know, like successful games like Street Fighter, Mario Kart, Super Smash Brothers. The games are fast and quick because. They're very manic. They're not easy.
No,
it's not a contest of who's got the hardest game. But it's like the best way I can put it is like cricket. Like the most popular form now is 2020. I don't think it's necessarily the best form. But what I'm saying is that it suits families who can go along and watch. Otherwise, they don't go at all because they don't have the chance to go.
Yeah, as opposed to a test match that's,
and that's what I'm saying.
5 days or
so
whatever.
You could get the players who come in and say, "Oh, I've got time to play just a very short version of that," and that could mean that that could lead them to be interested in other games, just it could lead them into watching a full game
Absolutely.
of Test cricket.
Yep,
But
that's
we're
right.
starting the other way around, saying you've got to play Test cricket. Well, I haven't got time. Well, don't play then. You think,
Start with
okay.
checkers, then go to chess, rather than starting with chess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's just what form of the game. You know, so it's the leaderboards will always be there, but I think it's time to, you know, well, I think it is. There's enough arcades, whatever you want to call them, around, and there's enough people enthusiastic on various levels. Like there's, they're like, you know, like with Game the System, and then there's Played Up Podcast. There's and there was also Tagsters and Daz's one, Arcade Perfect, which they did for years.
Yep.
So there's enough people around who talked about lots of games, playing lots of games.
Yep.
Now let's consolidate that somehow to get people into actually. And I reckon you'll get young players coming in too, you know, with the right short games.
Yep,
you know.
absolutely. I completely agree.
Because even level 3 is a long game by video game standards for a skill tester.
Yep.
It's still and it's a short format, you know.
Yeah. So I'm not super familiar with Donkey Kong. Where are they up to in terms of where they need to be to finish?
Well, they're on level 3 now.
Yep.
So they'll go through from here to Pies.
Yep.
And then I think I've got to get this right. 1, 2, 3. So this Pies, Rivets, finish. I don't think there's another barrel board in between.
Okay.
Yeah. Shows you how much we've been watching this year.
So Tekio's further along, and he's also got a higher score.
Yeah,
but it's still pretty close.
Yeah. Well, the thing is though, is because Barra's like being a man, Tekio's a man in front. So what they do is when they get to the final rivets, they can sack a life and redo the level again. So if you go in with 3 men, or 3 jump men or whatever, you're in a big advantage to get there, provided you've been scoring points on the way. But what they're both doing is I think Barra's he's thinking Tekio's going to be point pressing.
Yep.
And so he's point pressing really hard.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, look, Barra's pretty good at centering himself. So whether he's thinking, I'm just going to point press heavy on these, he may have been practicing, like thinking, I can get more points here rather than later in this level. I don't know. I'm not trying to, I don't know.
Yeah.
So like you're saying, like the scores between them, if he runs from here, maybe he thinks I can get those points back again.
Yep.
So he's, again, pick bottom hammer, you know, it's a technique that was once no one did it, you know.
Yeah.
Now, much lower scorer players, it was normally something that, you know, your higher scorer players like people going for 1,000,000 points would pick up bottom hammer, but everyone's doing it now.
Yeah.
That's how it goes with games, isn't it? Or anything for that matter.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, once
I mean, the
people show it
boundary is
can be
constantly
done,
being pushed. So
if this comes through to the end, it'll be interesting. If they both get to the end of level 3, I'll be curious to see how close the points are because of where Barra is now.
Yep. And like you said, Tekio's got 2 lives in the bag.
Yeah. So if Barra obviously loses here, he's out.
Yeah, he's done. Oh, there he's out.
And that's good thing now because on level 3 you get wild barrels in that spot.
Yeah.
So they're really punishing.
Yeah.
You know? So he knows that. So he must.
Yeah.
I bet if I asked Barra, I think he'd say, "Yeah, I just wanted to go for it."
Yeah.
You know?
And that's fair.
I mean, the thing about Barra is, and same with Matt, they have nothing to prove in Donkey Kong anymore.
Oh, absolutely not. No, those guys are gods, basically.
So but them two coming head to head early is a case of saying, well, this is kind of the final.
Yeah.
Because that's where they're going to be matched, you know.
Yeah. They're basically the 2 top tier.
Yeah, that's where they normally end at level 3.
Yeah.
They're going to be they're normally in final. So this is like the final match. So they're both thinking what to do here.
Yeah. And it's double a limb, right? So have either of these lost before?
No. So that means Tekio's going to be playing someone who's won.
Yep. In the winner's bracket.
It could be. My guess is I haven't watched, but I'm guessing it's probably a Jeff Matt final then.
Yep.
You know, because all the games are finished now, and Jeff was playing Boner. Now, if Boner won that, because he won 2 games, that'd be a really fun upset, you know. But this year's the year for upsets without Shane Stall being here and Alan Stall. You know, because there's 2 more players that someone has to get through. So we're going to see people who are not normally making it up into this top 3 pretty quickly. So So Matt's got to play someone and Barra's got to still play someone. So there's more room for someone to wriggle in.
Yeah.
I don't mean wriggle in, but you know what I mean. Like they're still deserving. I don't mean that.
Oh,
but
of course.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
It's not a free pass.
No, of course not.
But it could still just end up being. Well, how can it be? See, how do they do it so?
It still could be Tekio and Barrow at the end, because Barrow can come through in the losers bracket and then face Tekio in the winners bracket.
Well, you know the brackets better than me. So where we're at now, I'm not too sure.
Right.
Where it's at.
So generally, what will happen is basically it's 2 losses you can take. Or 2 losses means you're out.
Yeah.
So Barrow now, if he hasn't lost before, he's in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
He can now fight his way through the losers bracket without losing.
Yeah.
If he loses again, he's out.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, he'll go up into the winners bracket at the very end and fight or fight. I'm so used to talking in Street Fighter terms. Whoever's the winner of the winner bracket, which may be Tekio, and if that's the case, Barrow will need to beat Tekio twice.
Yeah.
Because Barrow will beat Tekio if he beats him once, puts Tekio into the losers bracket.
Yeah.
And then he needs to beat Tekio again to win the win the competition.
Yeah.
Whereas Tekio would only need to beat Barrow once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't see when I wrote this track. I don't do all that stuff. I just write the track. The only time I wrote the scoring system was the Gala one for Micro 31.
Oh yeah.
Because I took a chess switch round to it, so they were in teams of 4.
Right.
Which was a different thing.
Yeah.
Which was really fun to do.
Yep.
I don't know if you know that format.
No, I don't. No.
Oh, you might find it. So if you had a short track, like what we did with Gallagher, right? So let's say you got Team A, and you rank your players 1, 2, 3, 4. The highest scorer plays at one position, and then you got Team B, and they do the same. So the lowest scoring, the person with the least ability, goes off with the 4 plays 4, 3 plays 3, 2 2.
Yep.
But the way it works is if Team A, I think I said Team A, didn't I? If Team A wins the first position in the round, they only have to make one more point and they've won.
All right.
Because the highest scorer is the main game. So if they win first and fourth, they've already beaten Team B.
Oh, I see.
But what it means is if Team B gets fourth, third, and second that their players win, then they can beat the other team.
Right.
So what it means in a chess round, it means that there's no point in trying to, unless you really have, you look and go, they've got a really poor, 1, 2, 3, and they've only got one really good player, and we can't have someone beat that. Well, you're probably going to win anyway. You know what I mean? You've got to.
Yeah.
So it really becomes a team base. So what we did was with Tanya, and Dwayne Richard was part of it too, was because we were walking out Micro 31 together, Dwayne and I, and said, well, let's put this round in. And what meant we said, okay, we just started with the bottom versus each other. So whoever won that, you're thinking, so at the end of level, by the time you get to fourth and second, you still really don't know who's won at that point.
Yeah, right.
See, because you think, it could go either way, because even if you got, but once you get the next one, if someone wins at that point, so they won 3 wins, then that team's lost.
Right.
But what you still want to see is the top players fight, because so you still see the top players go, okay, the team may have won, but we really still need to see who's the best of this team. So it never lost the sort of sense of it doesn't matter anymore.
Yep.
Because like if I was playing, Ghouls and Ghosts, right, and you're the number 1 team and I'm 4, well, I win, and people go, oh, that's good because that team's winning because you're going for the team. But it's say I lost, and the next person lost next, but they go, well, Mark Bell's the best. Let's see if this other guy can beat him. Yeah. And it's still exciting. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So it has a narrative where everything counts, even if the team's already lost.
Yeah.
It still counts. So
that's cool.
Yeah, and then the other one is, say, for instance, if your team won 3, and say we're playing Gallagher, right? It's the same game I know. Oh, and Robotron. But say, well, I know other games, but anyone play. Well, I play Gallagher. But say it was, and my team had already won all 3, and then it was coming in with me, and say you were equally good at Gallagher, and maybe you are, then you think, well, we don't want to whitewash, and I'm thinking we want to win all 4 just to prove a point. Even though we won, you still think, let's just annihilate them now. Let's just crush them completely.
Yep.
So it has this natural you know, it's like a combination punch
Yeah.
in a way. It
Yeah.
has a finishing move no matter what happens.
Yep.
Number one still counts if you play it out in that order.
Yeah.
And you only need 2 machines.
All right. Okay.
Because you only ever have 2 people playing at any given time.
Right. Okay.
See, so if you've got 2...
So that makes it really easy to set up then.
Yeah, if you've got 2, doesn't matter what, any 2 games you've got, and say, okay, bring in a team of 4, call yourself the Demons or whatever you want,
Mhm.
you know, or
Mhm.
and it doesn't have to be teams of 4, you could do it in teams of whatever you want, but you've got to adjust it for
Mhm.
the scoring to be like that. So if it's teams of 3, well, it means that they'd have to win, you know, I suppose it really means they have to win 2nd and 3rd to win,
Mm.
you know, because so if team 1 and any other point wins,
Yep.
you know, then they so it'd have to be they'd win 2 and the other team only wins 1 point.
Right.
But 4 makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
Because it has a more juggling in it.
Yeah. That's right.
Um,
More possibilities, basically. Yeah.
Problem is we've got no one here actually adjusted the
Oh no.
and this.
I thought we were waiting, but then I looked over and everyone's playing a
But the
machine.
thing
so.
is, so they must be on the machines that no one's actually playing on. I'll see if I can find something to fix it.
All right. Not to worry. No, that's okay. I'll talk into the microphone until you get back. Yeah, so Phil's going to have a chat to whoever's looking after the feeds because, yeah, apparently, well, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people playing DK, but we've got no action on the screen. So here comes Denny DeVito, tech extraordinaire, Double Dragon, Final Fight, expert, is that the right way to say it? Well, he's got the world record in Double Dragon, so I would call him an expert. Trying to work out what's happening with our feeds.
They just popped on the 2 machines
Oh, okay. So the 2 machines that are free are the 2 machines that we've got the feed on.
Yeah. So they, no one's at the helm.
Right.
And I
okay.
don't know how to use that. But I'm scared to touch it.
Yeah, no.
There are buttons you just press, but
yeah, but
it
then if
might
you
be
press
more
the wrong one,
complicated. Yeah. It's just got this little board there. You
Mhm.
just press to move to monitors, but I know if I do it and they go, Bill, you did the very thing we wanted no one to do.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
That's never happened before.
yeah. It's just like, what does this button do, Homer Simpson style?
Yeah.
Boom. I don't know if that ever happened in an episode, but this sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
Do not press this. Why not? You know?
Yep. Press the button. Now we've got Neil
Yeah, so
Tan stepping up and trying to figure out stuff.
Well, we can keep talking about other
Yeah.
stuff anyway.
Yeah.
But but yeah, I was saying, like, if you did that for like choose a game, like because you've got 2 cabinets there, and all you need to know is you've got 8 players out there who want to turn up on a. But you've got to find 8 players, but you've got to make the track short enough so they can go and practice it somewhere.
Yeah.
In the arcade or at home, because of course they're going to come and play at the arcade, but they still want to practice at home. You know, so
Yeah.
Well, that's what I would be doing if I was going to a tournament.
Yeah, the serious players are always going to do practice and, you know, set up maybe their MAME cab or whatever and play it at home.
Well, we were talking about games 4, right? So say you said something like, say Green Beret,
Mm-hmm.
and if you run that up to the end of, is it level 3 where the dogs come out?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it is
I'm not
stage
too
3.
familiar with the game. I know the game,
Yeah, you
but
know.
I don't know it very well.
That'd be more than enough to separate different. And what will happen is the scores will get tighter and tighter. You know, because they'll get so good at it, and it's just a miss up here, a miss up there, that will cause the. And especially if you get a game where there's an element of a bonus in it, where you get, if you finish a bit earlier, then you've got to juggle that. You know? So, like, if you ghouls and goes. So, what would be a game that any 2 people could play, and the whole thing would be over within, say, no more than 15 minutes or 10 minutes in ghouls and goes, to what end of what level or boss or something?
Well, look, it's such a tough game, so it's not very welcoming towards people just stepping up and, you know, having a game. So I'd say just getting to the end of level 1 would be a good goal.
Yeah, there you go. So you go, and everyone would practice that, and then they would get really good at doing level 1, and they'd be surprisingly good because that's all they're playing.
Yeah.
And then they come in, and the difference between points could be so minimal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what we did in the speedrun races a couple of nights ago.
Is there there's no time bonus on that though, is there?
No. But yeah, I mean, we had even Super Mario Brothers, you know, the NES game. The goal was just to beat Bowser on the first world.
Oh yeah.
Just get to that one screen, beat Bowser, done. And that was just so much fun. Everyone had such a great time. Everyone pressed start at the same time. You play, you race to get to the end of the boss, and done. We've got Dak stepping in. I might step out so I can get a drink.
Oh, okay. No worries. I wasn't ushering out. I was actually going to step out, but you go.
Oh, no, I'll man the fort. You go do your thing.
No, I'll wait till someone comes over. That's
you-
right. No, I was just going to stretch my leg. It's just I've been on. It's been trains, planes, and automobiles today to get to.
Mussolini's back. Mate.
Mussolini's back. Sorry, guys. So here we go. Tekio and Jeff. Just 1 second. Sorry, Neil. When Danny comes over, I might just jump out. I need to stretch my leg. Getting cramps, baby.
I can run this rodeo on my own if you want.
I was having a good chat with Mark Bell about arcades and barcades and sort of. That's probably just lift that up and put it on the chair. Not the future of, but where to from here. We were just talking like stuff we've been talking about. And he's gone, definitely. Like I was saying, we should be looking into.
Where did
You're
we
going.
go?
Oh, you hop in. No, here. I'm just going to duck out for a second.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So we're watching some Tech and Jeff action here.
And I'm also going to catch up on the chat. See what they're saying.
Yeah, go for it.
So who we got there? We got... The missus is watching from home. She loves it. And Mussolini's back on the commentary, so let's go.
Hello, Mrs. Sivlaki.
That's right.
All the way across the lake.
That's right. So who are watching Tekio versus Jeff?
Yeah.
More important questions, because you can only talk about so much about Donkey Kong and it gets very boring.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, there's a game developing. Jeff's in a very good spot right here. He's actually ahead because he's got a man. But let's talk about your favourite fast food orders.
Yeah, certainly.
All right. So we'll go through the chains, and you tell me how you like it.
I'm going to be very bland. I think you're going to be surprised how bland I'm going to be.
That's okay. But then we get to know a little bit about Neil Cairns, don't we? At the end of the day.
Yeah.
So if you're going to McDonald's, what you grabbing?
10 nuggets, sweet and sour sauce,
Classic.
Coke. Yeah.
How about burger-wise?
I don't actually eat McDonald's, or I don't actually eat fast food burgers.
At all, across all the chains?
Across all the, really greasy chains. So,
Wow.
KFC, Hungry Jack's, McDonald's. I told you we're going bland.
So, you're not even like a zinger man?
No. I've tried them all when I was younger.
Have you not, so you're not tried them again as an adult?
No, I did it as a dare because someone worked this out. In probably last time I had a McDonald's burger was 2008 or something like that.
All right. So, do you know what we need to do?
I knew this was going to happen. Yeah.
Well, you've heard about my combo, the kill screen combo, the zinger mix.
Do you want to tell the audience about it, or have they?
No, they're already up to speed. Don't you worry about that. Neil needs to try that, and then see how you feel about burgers going forward. Because if I can't convince you with this one burger, I feel like then I'll accept that you don't eat burgers ever again for your life.
Okay.
But if you try this one combo and you don't like it, I'll be like, All right, he's not a burger guy. He's a nugget guy.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you're missing out if you don't.
I'm open to
and there's a KFC just down the road from Netherworld, so
hey,
it makes life easy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And order on the app, I can make sure it's exactly how it should be.
Yeah.
And we'll do it together.
Yeah, down. I'm down.
That's what friends do.
Yeah.
They look after each other.
Yeah. So, a bit of getting to know you, like, may I ask yourself, like, have you Hungry Jack's? What would you kind of order from?
Well, I will state 100% fact, the burgers are better at Hungry Jack's. And the best burger they've got going is the Cowboy Angus. So that's a little Angus patty, onion ring, bit of bacon, ranch sauce.
And do you think a cowboy would actually like that?
If a cowboy doesn't like that, he should stop even trying to round up cattle at the end of the day, mate, because it encapsulates exactly what a delicious fast food burger should be. And when it comes to beef burgers, that is the creme de la creme.
Yeah, right.
And the missus told me that apparently me talking on the stream woke up our dog. So,
oh wow!
Hello, Ruby. You gotta say hello to Ruby.
Hey, Ruby. The dog. Ruby?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Ruby.
And she loves schmackos. Okay.
Yeah. What type of dog do we have?
We have a Boston Terrier.
Yep.
Which is like pretty ooh la la.
Yep.
Like this is like the sort of dog that's like $5,000, but I got it on the cheap. But she's a pedigree Australian champion.
Nice.
I was just in the right place at the right time.
Champion of what?
The breed shows, mate.
Like,
so they had like the breeder shows. She was the Australian champion for that breed.
Right. I just like dogs can be champions of different things.
Yeah. And she's also a champion of eating. She likes chicken nuggets as well.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So that's the main thing. Here, where are we in this game right now? So it feels like we're on the same board now.
I believe so, but
so Tekio's pulled ahead over Jeffrey Suter.
Yeah, that's right. So he's up on score, but like he's also further into the board, which is important to kind of note.
Oh, so Jeff hasn't got top hammer yet. Not that's going to make up 5,000.
Yes. So we can learn a bit from here. So.
But he's also got 3,600 left on the score. So as long as he doesn't get nailed by a wild, and his grouping works out well here.
Which I think he's at the point. So Jeff was telling me by the timer, there's a certain point where like level 3 becomes safe from like the crazy wilds. Like,
oh, Jeffrey Suter, even him, mate.
That is classic Jeff. Like you just start to talk him up a little bit, and then boom.
He's probably like the worst human being that's ever been on the face of the earth at the end of the day. Like, everyone on the surface he's a great guy, but deep down it's like he does stuff like that and he just breaks your heart.
Yeah.
So like he's a heartbreak kid.
Yeah.
Instead of the 80s arcade kid, he should be the 80s heartbreak kid.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, I think we're both in the same boat that we'd love to see Jeff win this year.
He's the only man that plays the game 365 and doesn't get sick of it somehow.
And he's still passionate about it. Yeah, I think that's really important.
Like who actually likes this game that much? No one.
Well, I like the game, but I don't love the game.
But he loves it. It's like I feel like he skips dinner and skips like nutrition just to play the game every single night. It's like I get home, I don't need to sleep, I just need to play Donkey Kong. Maybe he has like a little stale like piece of bread or something at the end of the day, and then just repeats the cycle. Enough to keep him, just enough sustenance to keep him going to play Donkey Kong every night.
Yeah. So I don't think either of these players have been beaten at this point of the competition. So they can. Both of these players will progress to the next stage.
Actually, speaking of like the point pressing here, I had the first death I've ever had where you sit in that spot and you do the point pressing on level 3, and you sit in that safe spot, and there's like Matt Tekio was only telling me like probably a couple of weeks ago, like you can actually die by being in that spot, and because the fireball can actually push past, which is very rare. But I had that. I literally had a death point pressing here.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's never happened to me before. But apparently, the fireballs can go on the very, very, very like minuscule percentage chance come across that little bit further across the border.
Yeah.
Because I was sitting there doing that, and I was just like, how have I died?
Yeah.
Because I didn't like jump into the barrel, and I was in a safe spot, and like I died in a straight jump. I was like, that's never happened. I think it might have happened to me maybe once, like a couple of years ago. But yeah, you can actually die in that spot if the fireball, like this is some, these guys know all.
So it just moves like a little bit closer.
Tekio just...
Tech just died on...
Tech just falled off the edge. Tech just falled off straight off the edge there.
Crazy.
Oh. What are you doing, Tekio? He's not happy. Tekio's not a happy man, okay? And that's understandable. Yep.
The button.
Oh, I see.
He's saying that the button didn't press.
And if someone like Tekio says the button didn't press, that's...
The button didn't press.
The button didn't press. That's not some, like, noob like us playing and being like, oh, the button didn't work. Like, to have 2 deaths straight in a row on something like as simple as, like, when you see a lot of stuff that he does, you don't die like that.
And there's game. So, unfortunately, with these technical issues, they happen incredibly rarely in our competitions because those machines are so well serviced, but unfortunately it is just bad luck.
Yeah.
Similar to pinball, I believe.
And I remember at, what was it, Kong Off? Must have been Kong Off 4. Old Johnny Bond, our good friend, he was playing and he had literally had the button pop out of the actual cabinet itself. So he was actually playing and like he pressed the button and it went like the button fully went out. That was in like a finals game.
Yeah, right. I'll let you in. Yeah. I'll stay. It's gas.
It's gas. Gonna just talk about these Gronks.
That's right. And the cabinet that Tekio... Oh, I'm all jingle jangled over here, guys.
You look like 3PO when he gets all pulled up.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. I don't know if you saw what happened to Tekio there, but his button died on him.
Machine abuse. Smack the machine. Be fucking out.
Fuck this abuse. I'm out of here. Okay.
Are you reading the speech this year? Tomorrow?
See, I was only talking to Jimmy about that earlier. I haven't prepared anything. Because, you know what? The last 2 Kong-offs, no one's recorded it.
Oh, well, that's not my fault.
Again, I'm not pointing the finger anywhere, but...
There's enough cameras around to record it.
Yeah, exactly. And I perfected it last year, and there's no, like, proper filming of that. And it's hurt my feelings, okay? But I can do the retirement speech if it needs to be done.
Yeah, it needs to be done. Because Alan's not here, so it is actually probably the retirement speech. And we just get the word around to make sure it's filmed and we YouTube it.
See, that's the thing. You think with all these cameras around, someone would have filmed the last 2 years properly.
Yeah.
And when I, put a few burners out there on people, but that's it for me. Thanks for watching. Retirement time. Time to live the good life.
So, that's a bit... Sorry, just seeing that Barra just finished then, so it looks like he did win against... Was he playing Pelly? Yeah. And Jeff beat Tekio
due to technical difficulties. Yeah. It was a very close game, though, so it could have gone... It was sort of a little bit neck and neck, but Tekio probably had a little bit of the upper hand, but, like, as soon as we saw that first death, we were like, that's not right, he doesn't die like that.
Well, he does, though.
I think Jeff was in front, actually.
Yeah, but you got to consider that he hadn't point pressed the same board which Jeff was just finishing up on. So it was like they were going to be sort of neck and neck.
You've got to consider that that Tekio's Danny's number 1.
That's right.
That's what we're really talking about.
That's right.
Talking about emotions here.
Yeah. I don't want to. I don't want to cry on a Friday night. It's not even bloody Kong off day yet.
Let's not. Let's, we're talking about feelings, not facts.
That's right. And facts don't care about feelings.
No.
That's right.
And feelings don't care about facts.
So yes.
So what?
Actually, do you want to know a hot take? Neil has never had a fast food burger since 2008.
That's a long time ago. I was still teaching.
So he hasn't. So I said we're going to go to KFC and we're going to do my burger.
So when I say like a fast food burger, I mean like the big three, like Hungry Jack's, McDonald's, and KFC.
There's only really the big two, isn't there, in my mind? It's KFC and McDonald's. They're the big two, aren't they?
No, Hungry Jack's. If people aren't getting Hungry Jack's, they're sleeping. Okay.
Oh, I just meant
the burgers are bigger.
consumption-wise. Do you know, because KFC, I think, is a bigger franchise globally, sells more than McDonald's because of other parts of the world, particularly.
No, McDonald's has the lion's share, then Subway. I know this sort of.
But yeah, like so to say I don't eat fast.
I think you would, so I'm not gonna.
So if like there was a competition when it was like talking about like statistics about and how good burgers were, that's where I'd shine.
You should be on Mastermind. So what's your topic of expertise?
It'd be that and like
Kiss.
late 90s, early 2000s wrestling. I'm autistic when it comes to that sort of stuff. Like my missus is like, got this vault when it comes to random stuff. It's like, but you need to know this about this storyline. It's like, I got you.
So you're like, this is the
WWE.
So
Cool, that stuff. I love it.
There were two. Oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, sorry, we've just got a bit of time here because, like, obviously, Matt's machine, like his button's playing up, so they're looking into that. So we're on a bit of a pause here. So a bit of chance to get to know each other. I was wondering, like, what are the top 10 DAC things? Like,
I had top 10 earlier.
Like,
Give us another one. Top 10, yeah, he can ask.
Any question you want,
Well, top 10
no,
DAC things.
so like the top 10 things that you love. So it could be bikes, or it could be like like
shoes,
shoes, or a band, or
top
or
10.
like
see, you got to sort of narrow it down a bit. Like if money was no object,
Yeah, anything.
So guitars would be right up there.
All right, what's the cut? What are you seeking?
So if money was no object, there's an ESP Alexi Lyre pink sawtooth. So that's going to be irrelevant to anyone. But it's like one of the sexiest V guitars.
Probably wouldn't be to my wife. She knows guitars.
So it's like basically imagine like the classic Randy Rhoads V, but like imagine black with hot pink instead of.
Sounds classy.
Oh, it's so good, man. So when I got my cracked mirror guitar back in the day,
It's like the Bubble Bill of guitars.
but like, wait till you see this thing.
Yeah.
It's sexy. And then down from that will be my. So I've got guitars. I'd love to have it like obviously pinballs. You know, if money was no object, pinballs would be great.
Is this in order?
I'm just. Well, I'm on the
Oh,
spot. I'm on the spot with top 10 things.
No, I just wasn't sure. I just wasn't sure. So okay, so pinball.
It's not things you have, but like your interest. So it could be like fast food, like KFC
or wrestling. They're obviously
or
wrestling.
or things like that.
Yeah. So again, without the chat here, we don't really know how people feel about the wrestling. But like, if you are not watching wrestling, you're missing out on one of the best TV shows that you'd ever be watching in your life.
No, I never liked wrestling.
Yeah, so you need to.
But I
start
like
watching.
Deal or No Deal. I used to
See-
love watching that show.
What's your qualm with wrestling?
I just never got into it. I don't. It's not. I mean, I can't argue a case. I know people who love it.
So
I just didn't get into it.
They have better storylines than any TV shows you'll ever watch, and it's episodic every week. And
But see, that's a big call. See, now you're forcing an argument. Now I've got to
I'm not
say, what's
forcing
a show that's better than that? You know, you're basically what you're saying.
I'm telling you right now, if you actually get into it, you'll be like sold for life.
Yeah, but see, it's a big. Anyway, that's fine.
I
Yeah.
also really like wrestling. Like
That's fine.
I can't think of anything more exciting than two giant muscly men, like without shirts, just half greased up.
And they don't have to.
With tight.
They don't have to be they don't have to be that jacked. It's not the 90s, mate.
Yeah.
Like the storylines these days, like there's literal people that they should be winning.
Actually,
Emmys.
here's a better question. Because my perception of it is two guys get into a ring and they wrestle.
Yeah, no.
So there's obviously more storyline than who wins the like. So there's a narrative that you're talking about that's probably outside of the ring.
Yeah, so the wrestling matches at the end of the aren't really what you're there for. You're about to see how the story's going to get, and not how it's going to progress. Like you don't like. There could be like situations with these months where you don't see these people wrestle, but you see them they'll get on the microphone and absolutely annihilate each other.
Yeah.
And it builds up the storyline, and then
So it's basically like the election for November. The campaigning is the exciting bit.
Yeah.
The election itself is like just a result.
Yeah.
So it's there's a campaigning feel around
and the story can build
the ring.
There's a story that's going right now that's been building over 3 years, and it's like a fever pitch. Like you would have seen like The Rock came back for WrestleMania and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that was just to build the storyline of something that's already going.
Yeah.
It's absolutely magical. If you don't, and people say like, it's all fake. Okay, do you like watching movies? Do you think they're really? Do you think
I think
he's
all
actually a
fake.
superhero?
The all fake thing only lasts when someone goes, "It's real," and you go, "No, it's actually fake."
Do you realise how much that shit fucking hurts when they do it? But
Well, it's
also,
irrelevant, isn't
and
it?
then also
Because we know it's fake.
and they're doing it live. But
it's like ballet.
It's just one of those
No,
things.
it's choreographed. It's athletic.
But
They're doing stuff.
But you got to think it's not as simple as people think it is.
I wasn't saying that was simple. I was
But
just
it's more
saying-
like, a lot of people say like, it's fake. It's like, but you like movies, do you? So do you think that's actually Superman? Do you think that they're actually fighting for real?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that with wrestling, you know what you're getting in for if you watch wrestling, right?
Yeah.
Which is a story and all this sort of stuff. Whereas if you went to a concert like Kiss and they were lip syncing, that wouldn't be approved. You see? But they're not lip syncing. They're doing this theatrical story. They're doing a drama performance, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's
it's rehearsed beforehand.
Well,
partially.
Again,
it's
a lot more complex than people think it is. But again, I'm not going to geek out right now live in front of people and tell him,
That's fine.
I just love it.
That's fine. You feel like you're defending it. It's fine. You don't have to defend it. You like it. That's what
I do love
it. Okay, so wrestling, guitars. That's 2.
The Colonel.
Well, we know. Yeah, we did the Colonel. Colonel.
10.
We did the Colonel just because Neil wasn't here, and
And
there was a bespoke burger, like a customised. You go and you ask for this without lettuce, with cheese, a particular type of sauce and stuff.
I worded Neil up because he said
Oh,
never
yeah.
have one. I was like, we're going to get one.
If you can't think of 10, that's cool. Like it's just got to be the things that you love. So we want to know.
Colonel, wrestling.
I love Matt
guitar.
Tecchio.
You can't be serious. He's in the top 10. Like of all the people in the world. Like I'm not having a go at Matt Tecchio, but I think you just. This is you.
You're probably missing out on the angle there because he's like.
No, but I think you're making that up. Now you're not being.
I'm
honest.
not. I'm actually going to be honest.
You can't be serious. I mean, we all like Matt, but we're not. This isn't a lifelong interest. You're talking about 3 things like the Colonel, guitars, and they go back to your formative years.
If I could have these things at home, Matt Tecchio will be there.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, if that's really what you think, that's really. But I'm thinking, did you just see him walk past? So yeah, I'll say that.
No,
because he might watch it later.
No, because I get defended. Like people like, oh, you love Matt too much. It's like, yeah, I do.
But that's fine. But put him in your top 10 things, like in the whole world.
I like him better than Barra.
Like if someone said,
I'd rather have Matt Tecchio in my bed than Barra in
if
bed.
someone said to me, what's one of your favourite things, Phil? The first thing that comes to mind is just conversation. Obviously, just talking with people. That's it.
And then Matt Tecchio.
No way. Not that no way that it's Matt Tecchio. It's not anyone. If it was someone, it'd be someone like Peter Cook, who's like some person who's really funny. Like something, not someone I know. Like, cause it seems odd. It's like saying, wouldn't your wife be there? Well, that's sort of given. Wouldn't your friends be there? Well, that's a given. That's conversation.
So, if you could have like someone who's living at your dinner table for a meal and just company for the night, who would you pick?
Well, you're going to say Matt Tecchio.
No, I'm not going to say Matt Tecchio.
Okay, then. All right. Someone who's alive today. See, Sean Locke died, and he was bloody funny. So I'd have Sean Locke there if he was still alive.
Very good.
See, Graham Norton's funny. He'd be great. He'd be fun to be sitting around the dinner table. It's got to be someone funny. Otherwise, anything that someone's going to say, I'll just read their book.
But I feel like if you got to have Graham Norton there, you'd have to have a lot of cocaine.
I don't think. Well, you don't have to.
But it'd be rude if you didn't.
Yeah, but
it'd be a faux pas. It's like on his rider. Like I'm coming over for dinner.
Well, that doesn't change the decision, though, does it? I don't mind if it's cocaine if he wants. I'm just saying. You're saying ask who I want, not the. It's not like saying who you want, and we're on a boat and it's sinking and there's a shark-infested ocean. Well, in that case, it's you change it. Like it's just.
See,
a better way of putting it is, if you were upgraded to first class on the airline and you got to sit next to someone and they were going to be chatty, it was a long flight, 13 hours to LA.
Ricky Gervais.
Well, there you go. See, there's another person. So that's fine. I don't disagree. Like Ricky Gervais, like he seems like a chatty guy.
And he's a man of the people.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. What's his Lee Mack? He's hilarious.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's always on that. But British comic like Ricky Gervais. He's in that circle, sort of speaking of those guys. So I'd be someone. Who'd you have, Neil?
Bill Murray.
Yeah, see, Bill Murray. But Bill Murray. See, if you went in, see, the thing is, what are you going to ask? That's the real thing. What are you going to ask? If you're sitting next to someone like Ricky Gervais, there's nothing you want to ask him that he hasn't been asked 1,000 times before. So if you're there with Bill Murray, if you start saying, "Hey, let's talk about Ghostbusters," oh, not again. So you got to think. So want somebody who's funny, who just likes to just goof off, just be a normal person, unless they had some other interest that you knew about. Like say you knew, like if you sat down next to Eminem, go, "Hey, you still playing Donkey Kong? Do you know I play Donkey?" You've got something to talk about, which isn't his rap music, which he's probably tired of answering questions on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can only ask the same. Like,
yeah.
You see, like you said, like if you're interested in sort of artists, you see like the interviews, they ask the same questions over and over again.
Yeah, you go, "Oh God, hear this again."
Well, like, why isn't? You know what we should do? Eminem at Kong off 8. That'll get the attendance up, won't it?
So basically, you're saying, all right. So we've got 4 now. We've got guitars, wrestling, the Colonel, Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais is really up there. What else do I like? My partner's probably in the chat room. Like,
but they're obvious. Sam's going to be in there. She's a favourite.
Yeah, but she knows probably the things that I'm not thinking of.
Like,
because she's probably because she has to sit there through when I'm watching all this shit on YouTube all the time,
scratching your ass and farting too much.
That's pretty much.
And that's what you might really like to do, but don't realise.
I do well. Okay. Apart from that, like it's just I don't know. I like listening to music and having a drink at home and cooking. I love cooking.
Well, you said.
She does know all. She knows more than you need to know.
Hey, Sam, can you give us what you think Danny's top 10 truly are? It could be just stuff like, I don't know, watching dumbass YouTube clips.
I do love
stuff you see him doing all the time. Yeah. That he does, oh, this is my interesting moment. I'll talk about guitars. But in truth, he might just whinge about, his grandmother.
I am an amazing cook.
Can I suggest one? Like, Danny, don't want to
prove it.
Don't want to say that I know you or tell you how to live or who to be, but Royal Dalton. I thought Royal Dalton.
A man of class. That's right.
You like Royal Dalton, do you?
I do.
The ceramics.
Decanters. Ceramics, mate. Lead crystal. Okay.
I thought Royal Dalton was ceramic.
No. Okay. I've got.
I don't know.
Matching Highclere set.
Yeah.
I've got the wine decanter, I've got the whiskey decanter, and I've got the what's the other one? Another really fancy looking one. Yeah. It's like a shape like that. It goes up like this.
So it's the forms that you like, or is it the material?
It's the weight, the texture.
Oh yeah.
And I've got the glasses to go along with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounded like it's like I've threatened you with you're not supposed to have it.
I'm not though. See, I'm not the demographic you think has Royal Dalton lead crystal.
I don't think that's accurate.
See, the reason I bought it was because I'm not rich doesn't mean I can't feel rich.
but wouldn't it make more sense if you bought it because you really liked it?
I do really like it.
Well, then that's the answer, isn't it?
It's like you sort of sit at home. It's like, look at my little. Oh, it's got a lot of weight to it. Oh, that's Royal Dalton, by the way.
Oh yeah, what are they, Dana? There we go.
Oh, the burners, mate. Oh,
punch and dive.
And MSG, yes.
MSG. Oh. Hey, so you're one of these guys who says, free MSG. Go, well, I'm going to another restaurant.
Yeah,
MSG free.
So if you go to a restaurant and they're saying no MSG, it means
what are you not doing here?
You basically.
You mean the vegetables don't look green? There's not enough salt.
No, it just means that you're basically booking yourself in for I've got no taste buds.
Yeah.
And I do love a cigarette.
So what's your favourite thing on the Chinese menu then when you get your MSG?
Well, see, it gets to the point where you have to make it yourself because they're not adding it.
Oh, okay. So you just have to. put the sachet.
That's why I like cooking, because like I've got all the MSG at home.
I suppose I just realised like free MSG can be very misleading.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. That's
Are you not being charged for the
that's
MSG?
what I thought.
in
When
your
I first
meals?
saw it, I said, "Who wants more of this?" Like, I want
It's like,
extra.
yeah, we're not talking about Madison Square Garden, by the way.
Hey, we probably should look at the game a little bit.
Ah, well, you know, foregone conclusion.
It's a bit harsh. I'd love to see it turn around. Big ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, I'm sure that one of the people we don't know who's already going to win, not going to win. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's going to be an underdog story here.
Yeah.
So we got left?
But it is. It'd be Sean sitting there thinking, well, I've got very little chance of winning this. So small you could call it
So
0. Like it's very
the same three people that... Oh, yeah. Fucking darts, mate.
Oh, yeah, but darts, mate.
Yeah, I'm not very good. But John, I did do, though. Again, not a man that has a lot of money. Bought the same dartboard that the professionals have on. Watch the 180. I have the same dartboard and a nice pair of darts, but it doesn't mean I can throw darts.
Well, I'll show you a clip with Lee Mack later. He's a professional darts player.
Give him one of those.
Comedian. Yeah. Well, no, well, anyway, he is a darts player, very high level darts player, from what I understand. So you got a good darts board, but you don't play darts.
No, I've got a good darts board. It's just I'm not good at darts.
Oh, okay.
But it's better to have it and not need it than then not have it. You know what I mean? So if you got a good dartboard, you don't have to worry about it going all shitty.
When you want to play.
Yeah, it's like, and it's got that thud that's just like, you hit the dart, and it's just like, it's satisfying. So you get that out, you get the little speaker going, a couple of drinky poos, a couple of darts.
What about you, Neil? What are some of yours?
Carlton.
Carlton footy team. Yeah, you love Carlton.
Absolutely.
You just tell me that Carlton.
My mum's a Carlton. My mum's a Carlton supporter.
Neil has
Blues.
watched every Carlton game that's
Carlton win.
Carlton win. Sorry, that's
That's
available to watch. Yeah,
yeah.
that's in a
So
report.
you
Like
like,
everything.
so you like autistic with Carlton?
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. Just like,
Good on you.
well, just like you in wrestling, I suppose. Like we've all got our little
Watched
thing.
every wrestling match that has ever been played, but so you know the whole history and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. I love it.
So you're Anthony Koutafidis, mate.
Yeah, he was really good. Oh, the Greek god. Yeah, he was great. I loved him.
It's kind of interesting because you're not from Melbourne. Like, how do you? It's not. How did you pick the team? How did it pick you? What was it that caused you to end up following Carlton?
So I came late to it because I was born in Queensland, so it wasn't really available to us or highly followed.
Because you'd have no map of Melbourne in your mind. It's just like you think Carlton.
So
And it's not even like they've got a rooster or anything. It's just this blue.
yeah.
That's it.
Well, actually, so I really like the jersey. Like,
Oh,
I
okay,
do
yeah.
like the
Oh, so that
old
was probably
CFC.
it, you reckon?
Yeah, that was a part of it.
You're right.
The
Darts.
the other thing
Dak
was
and his darts.
my So when in 2006, Carlton were like right down at the bottom of the ladder, and they had a really young list. So I thought if I watched them now, I could follow a team from like the bottom to wherever they go.
Yeah.
So it was easy to follow because like I was starting to follow players at the start of their career. So yeah. So Mark Murphy was he was my number one player. Yeah, just went from there.
My neighbour, well, he used to be my neighbour, Matt. He was a mad Carlton supporter, and he'd go to every game. And for years there, when I was living next to him, just go and watch them lose.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
doing well
yeah,
this year, though, aren't they?
Yeah, we're second at the moment.
Yeah.
So first time in a long time. So yeah. So Carlton, I love arcades, I suppose. Yeah, I'll put that one in there. Sushi.
Sushi.
Yeah, sushi's my go-to.
Does that?
Yeah.
Do you mean like when you mean sushi? You mean Japanese food, or specifically sushi?
No,
with rice and
specifically sushi. Yeah. We had a sushi restaurant across the road from our house, in our old place, and I used to pick up my kids after daycare, and we used to go sit down, and they would just like have one plate of sushi, which was a couple of bucks. So it was like a really cheap meal for us to have, and the kids loved it, and I love it. So,
Yeah, I like sushi.
Yeah.
Are you making it? No, you just eat it.
We do make it. We make it pretty good, actually. We've got pretty good.
Yeah.
You can get pretty cheap.
I guess the
sushi.
real thing is getting the rice right, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because the rest is raw, pretty much, isn't it? Often.
Yeah, and you can actually get sushi rice,
Yeah.
like specifically, because like you have to wait for it to, you have to cook it and then let it cool
Gets sort of
right
sticky,
down.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we've got Carlton, arcades, sushi. They have top 5.
Yeah.
We can go 10 if you want.
The Beatles, I'd say.
Beatles.
Yeah, like the band, not.
No, not you're not. Yeah, not entomology.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, no, I think I'll leave it at that. I'm not.
No, 5th one.
Not that nothing just screams out to me. So
Well, obviously it's family and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, that's all a given, you know, family and and dog, you know, and stuff.
Yeah.
Unless you're really into different dog breeds, that would be different. You can't just say my pet cat, you know, that's obvious. You know.
I'd say like board games and like D&D, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that would be.
D&D is one of my favourite topics of conversation. I don't play it. But it is.
Yeah.
You start talking D&D.
Yeah, well, we've chatted about it.
Yeah, but I don't play it, but I'm particularly fond of one of the illustrators. I played it when I was 12, 13, 14, around that age. And but it's all old school D&D, like the original one. Like because there was the particular rules, which were Holmes, Mulvey, Mensa, that set of rules.
Yep.
Which were sort of divine. That was Arneson and Gygax with it, and they were rewritten. But yeah, it's a peculiar thing. Geez, that's wild.
My God, did
Barrett
you see
going
that?
off.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually sacked the board, so it wouldn't have mattered if he died there anyway,
Oh,
really.
okay. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He seems to be, I've been watching, just getting onto this, he seems to be pushing a lot of points on the barrel boards.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but it's like I wonder if he has an overall strategy that there's more points. It's best to be working these boards harder than going through to the rivets quicker. Because he does seem to just sit and just grind away on these.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he's in level 3, isn't he?
Yep, he's at level 3.
And he did this last time. He really just didn't get off this level. He just, I'm going to sit here. And I think his idea was, I'll try and just get through on one man. And he did have some pretty horrible deaths, you know, chase, like back jump, what do you call it, like where you back jump along with the barrels, like backwards jumping and stuff, and landing on a barrel and things like that. Really pushing it hard.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he's still got like 2 lives in the bank. He's at almost 60,000, and I think Tag's on the last level, so he's going to sack all of his lives here, and he was using a very similar, like Tag and I are like very similar players. I was getting about 80,000.
Yeah.
So,
see, Barrow got hit by a wild barrel in this spot in the last match against Tekio, where he was sitting before, copped it in the head. Do you think he might be, this is what he's going to play tomorrow, not on level 3, but this is how he intends to play for the rest of the match? Maybe this is what maybe he's been playing some games.
Yeah, maybe.
And this is just saying, I'm going to play like this because this is what I intend to do tomorrow.
Maybe. He's certainly skilled enough to do it. I think tomorrow he'll go straight for a 1,000,000 point game to get the kill screen and the 1,000,000 point prize.
Yep.
So that's always there's always players looking for those kind of money grabs here.
Yeah, well, it makes sense, especially for Barrow, because he's got the skills to get.
Well,
he can get there,
he
but
knows
also
he can do it.
But he also comes a long way to be here. So if he wins one of those, that puts a big dent in his. Not that I think he cares. But why not? If it's there. You know?
But as you can see, so Barrow's sacked a man. He's a man up, and he's already passed Tag's score.
Yeah.
So he's comfortably ahead.
Yeah, Matt seemed to have some problems with the machine. He was saying that the button was jamming or something or other.
Yep, and that's a part of the competition. Like, there's not much we can do about that. Like,
Like in the middle of a game, there's not much, unless it really did completely freeze up, just lock solid, you know what I mean? You could go and go, look, it's not junk, like it broke, you know what I mean?
yeah,
There's not much you can do if it just on occasion.
Sean just got squished by 2 fireballs there and didn't get many points off that board.
Sean.
Yeah, Sean tagged. So
I thought you said John.
So I think Barra's got a high enough score to win.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow. A lot of people have been on here saying that it's a bit of casual fun and things like that, but I think it's a bit of a mask. No, the competition tomorrow.
Oh yeah. I think that once you're here, it'll be different tomorrow. Once tonight's defined by the ranks, people will go home and talk about it or think about it. They'll go, leave here talking about it, wake up thinking, because they're here. They're here to play.
Yep. You don't come all this way to miss out on. I think. I suppose different people have different motives. So someone like Jeff Sutter would certainly want to be winning this competition. Like he's dead set, loves the game, plays it a lot. He wants to win and play and do well. A lot of people would just be like, I just want to play on the Sunday.
There's the extreme end. It's me and Jerry Scott.
Yep.
We're just here.
Yeah.
We're not playing at all.
Yeah,
which is different. But then there's other people who think they'd be here and they know they can't win, but they still want to put a good score up.
Well, I think a lot of people just want to play head to head. I think that's enough of them to be like, I'm still.
And they want to win that head to head, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I don't see any. There'll be ones who are playing. Go, I know I probably can't win, but I'm going to try to win.
So that's game.
Game, baby. It's funny being over here this year. It's very quiet over here, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
It's good. It's good. It's just getting used to, because in the years of doing this, Netherworld, you're almost on top of the machines. Then at the Echo, it was right near dawn. It was really busy, and the pinball there was other commentary nearby and stuff, and then at Brewdogs, who were right next to the machines, remember? We were just right next to the one just there. You'd be looking at the player's face.
Yeah.
But this is the perfect sort of space for it, just for doing this stuff.
Yeah. No, especially I think this is going to be good for your eye this year, because it's nice. It's a bit dark in here a little bit.
Yeah. That's what was really considered. It feels like it,
Yeah, we actually changed the whole venue.
We
could have had it at Brewdog.
We even went for a black and white theme, so it wasn't so high res on me, all the bright colours, the black and white theme.
Yeah, for sure.
Reduce it down. Want to get in, Tagster? Yeah, sure.
You sure now?
Neil doesn't have to go. He probably wants to go. He's had enough. Sean, baby. So now, where's that? Is that you out now?
Yeah, that's me out.
So now this is what are they playing for now? This is for first. This is for.
They've got one life each. So
Okay.
one's going to get knocked out,
Oh, so Jeff's in the hot seat. He's had 3 wins. Yeah. 2 lives. So this is the real upset game. This one. Well, not the real upset, but this is it.
Takio said he wants to put the trophy up and better in his case. No, I don't believe him.
Well, you might put that up.
Yeah, I don't believe him.
No,
do you?
no, of course not. It's bullshit. I was wondering what the trophies were, because I said I didn't organise. I organised trophies last year, and I just didn't get around to it this year. And I thought, and I said, Tanya, I didn't organise trophy, not out of any kind of can't be bothered. I just thought just raced up on me. I was just busy doing other stuff. So shit, I haven't rang those guys, but I knew they would have done something.
Yeah.
And I think it's fun that they just change all the time.
Yeah.
Different
cool.
things.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Cool theme again this year. Different theme, something different. Yeah, let's see how these guys are going and see if
Let's see if they're playing the same strategy.
Well, Barra's just been going for it, like
What's
really
that?
pushing hard, like really, like on the barrel boards, just,
Yeah.
and that's why
He
his
was-
last game against Tekio, he was doing backward jumps and he got hit on a wild barrel in that spot, jumping around like he's really. And I was saying to Neil, I wonder if this is the game he intends to play through the weekend. Really, really aggressive game. So he's thinking, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Because he's playing it doesn't. Maybe it's because I haven't seen it for a year, but it doesn't look like it's really just. I don't know. Maybe I just haven't seen enough lately, but it seems. I'm not saying messy, just grab it and run sort of stuff. Really hard. Well, you tell me if you can see. You probably won't on this level, playing rivets.
Yeah.
But he might start, because let's see if he starts jumping around trying to get points off Firefoxes where he can. And because if he wins this year, Barra, that's 3 wins.
Yeah.
And that's almost like a sign that you can underline that then, can't you?
Pretty.
After that it doesn't. You think. Like 3's really sort of proving your point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, Matt's
He's won.
Matt's won each of these.
He's won 2 level.
Yeah,
3s.
we've only done 2.
No, we've done 3 level 3s. Yeah, the Brew Dogs we've done 3. This is the 4th level 3.
All right. I thought Matt said he won all of the level 3s.
No, he hasn't. Barra's won 1.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So how are they getting on? So we've got. Yeah. Okay. So Barra's just finished a level up a bit sooner. Probably had a cleaner run through it, unless the barrel stage allowed him to have a bit of a faster run. But interesting at the end of this stage, see if he's on 15,500. So let's see where Mr. Tekio ends the level at.
Yeah,
So that gives an idea. They're all 3 lives, so 15,500.
If they all get to rivets.
Yeah.
It's an obvious thing to say, but it'd be if they can go neck and neck. I mean, playing their strategies, right? Like I'm not sure if Barra's, when we get to level 3, I'm not sure if he seems to be sacking his lives on the barrel board because he's running the timer down and dies, right? So that's clearly deliberate. So if they both get to level 3 with their strategies, I'll be curious to see if the barrel boards make a big difference, because whether he's playing something he thinks there are more points here than in the rivets, like he might be saying I can get more points.
He can maximise the barrel stages, like Matt obviously, but I think I mean this is probably the best matchup, I think, for a game. It's from a skill level point of view.
See, like I've seen Barra do it a few times. I'm sure other people do it, but I've seen it so much more tonight when he's been playing. He does this jump and he's steering barrels. It must be the jump he makes into the air that causes the barrel to steer.
Yeah.
I mean, they all must do it, but it seems
it's a little
really
technique,
aggressive.
right? It's a little technique. So Matt's dropped a life.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much he pulled out of that stage though with that life gone there.
Well, they're both on level 2.
It wouldn't have been as much as he wanted.
So they're both on the same stage, and and Barra's. That's
he's definitely got the edge.
So he must be he just seems to be just jumping, like it's like a cat on a hot tin roof kind of cliche. Like I've just been watching him. He just seems to be doing more jumping than.
Yeah.
Like
when you're playing next to him, he's like it's like playing track and field. He's like.
But it just seems to be different. I'm going to have to ask him later.
Yeah.
You've watched Matt now. Let's see if you've just been watching Barra.
Yeah.
And he just seems to be really getting right up in the mix of it. Right up. I don't know. Maybe I don't. You guys know it better than I do. But it just seemed really busy.
I don't think Barra's got any different techniques that are an advantage to Matt. I don't think.
They're all got this. It's all the same stuff.
Some slight different play styles.
It might be that he's found a place where he might have thought, if I group like this, and because he's going up and down ladders a lot more, it seems. See, those ones are just wandering off. Seems to be doing something different. Like it's not as busy. He's been grouping them around this first ladder, it seems. They're not going to the end ladder. He's grouping them around there and getting up and down and doing stuff. Now, I'll have to ask him about it later because I'm curious. It just seems so much busier to me. You were seeing it before, do you know what I mean? Like, admittedly, he's got the hammer now, but anyway, that's what I've noticed. And it could be a completely false observation of mine.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Well, you're the kill screener.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I can't even get a start.
Playing next to him, you can hear all the buttons going, and everything. I don't know if that's jumping, if that's some of that is jumping, or if it's just.
Or he's just rattling on the player one, player two buttons.
Yeah, maybe a put-off technique that he used on me.
He's hitting the buttons and just flipping with one top one.
Perhaps that was the only reason that I didn't beat him.
Yeah, that'd be it. Yeah, that'd be it. I reckon. Yeah, I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I don't have any real authority here, but I'll look into it. Find out what's really going on.
Yeah. That's it.
Hey, what are you doing after this tonight?
Probably crying that I came fourth. Yeah.
I've got to, because Neil won't see. I've got to organise a few people back, or wherever we are. But I've got to go back to my place because remember the trophy I made for Matt?
Oh yes,
I made one for Neil for Ghost and Goblins.
Oh yeah.
So I want to make them for gradually. Next year I'll make a couple more. I've got the Kibby's one. But
cool.
the real thing is I don't want to make the people go, that's naff, I don't want one because they're so daggy looking.
Yeah,
well, you know what I mean? They're just hand. So it'd be good to
if
sculpt.
It's a sculpt.
Because tonight's a better night to do it than tomorrow night. Because it'll be
big day tomorrow as well. Yeah.
So if there's a few of us around, if we end up somewhere, so I'm just up the road. I'm 3 minutes from Netherworld.
Oh yeah. Oh right. Okay. That's close,
you know where we go and have coffee sometimes in that something espresso bar, like a little espresso place. I mean, Pelly went there. Oh, maybe you weren't invited. That'd be a bit rough, wouldn't it?
Maybe, yeah.
That'd be a bit rough.
Well, you guys come up here for more days usually, don't you, than I do?
Pelly does. I've come up sometimes long because Shrim and Ollie have come with me when it suits.
Yeah.
But this time it didn't fall in the school holidays. So here we go. Look.
So
Getting into the last run now.
Going. So I think Matt's gonna he'll continue to. He's got to push hard. I think it's his only option is to play his hardest game that he does. I think that's the only way he's gonna have a chance. I think unless where are we now? Level 3 barrels. So yeah, it's unlikely that Barra's gonna not maximise his men here. So yeah. Looks like Barra's got the advantage anyway at the moment.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, see if there's any disasters.
Yeah, well Jeff's been well, it's funny with these tournaments, it's hard to measure with a knockout. You've got to look at how well someone played against how well someone didn't play as well, you know what I mean? Like, and how evenly matched are they and stuff, but no matter which way you slice it, Jeff's the man in the lead.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. This is going to be. I think he's got trophies previously, hasn't he? I mean, look at the reaction time then of Barra. That was.
He's been doing lots of this stuff.
He knew he got a bit of trouble
see, look,
there.
Now just watch. Tell me if you see what I see. Maybe it's not. Like it's not doing it now, but see here, this sort of stuff. His steering barrel's down. It seems to me like he's using that front ladder a lot. Well, he's not. Well, anyway, that's what it seemed to be doing.
What he does a back jump sometimes too.
What was that?
Yeah, that was a little slip. So that's
But did you reckon he slipped on the joystick there?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so.
It was a weird move.
Yeah, he definitely didn't mean that. Let's put it that way. So that's given that is going to tighten things up somewhat. Possibly not enough at this stage, but yeah, definitely going to make it a little bit.
Matt's only going into level 3 now.
Yeah, so it will make it a little bit more interesting.
Trying to lean forward, I find it hard to see that blue writing up there.
Let's see what happens, because this is where there's obviously the super experienced on barrels, but this is where you can potentially have something happen. So it's going to be who keeps it cool, and
that's the thing is, I think at this point of the game, for most players, including yourself, doesn't know who it is. It's just who can keep their head in the space, whatever that means, because you all can do your score, which is kill screening or whether it's grouping barrels better than someone else. But either way, if you can't keep your head in it, then it's not going to make any difference.
Yeah.
You're not going to get what you can do.
I knew with my game with Barra, unless he had a really bad game, it was inevitable, because his style was just.
I think
he can maximise points so much better.
I think Pelly is very good at staying. He's got his way about him, hasn't he? Don't you think?
Yeah. He's good. He's always up.
He just sort of consistently hits sort of around his mark. Like he sort of stays level-headed and just rolls with it.
Yeah.
Neil in a similar fashion, I think.
Yeah. Let's see if he grabs that hammer and the fireballs go up, because that was going to give him a bit more points. Let's see what happens. See if he gets lucky with them. Coming up the ladder. Oh, there's one. So he's going to make a dash over to that one.
Who are you watching?
I'm watching Matt at the moment.
Yeah, I was watching Barry going, what are you talking about?
Yeah, just watching Matt. So
that's what Barra's done. He's done that. I've seen him die there maybe 3 times now doing these backward jumps.
So 1,100 points left on.
So it seems that he's trying to accumulate points on this stage and then trying to get into it. So, because I was trying to figure out, like here, will he make a run? But he doesn't. He hangs around like he's. Anyway, I don't know.
He's going to want that to freeze if possible, but it's not worth anything. So yeah.
Which one? You're talking about Matt's here.
Matt there, yeah. So 51, 55. Let's see what this. See what Barra's.
So that's what I'm saying. Barra's the level. He's a board behind. His score in front, but then he's got to still get to the finish, because there's still lots of points.
So that's interesting. So Matt's decided to go past the barrel stage and try to maximise points on a later level. So
but isn't that what most people do though? Not sit around on the barrel board, especially on level 3 where it's most dangerous.
Maybe, yeah.
Do you spend time on here?
It makes sense to do that. For me, I didn't.
See, this is what I'm saying. That's the second time he's lost a life there.
Yeah, so I think that's going to make it pretty interesting.
So is this now? Let's see if he changes his strategy.
Barra's got to go now. He's got to.
But Willie, I reckon he'll take that bottom hammer. He's going to do it. That's what he did last time. He said, "I'm just going to stick with this."
Yeah.
And just do it.
I don't think he wanted to pick that up then, actually. So that's not going to.
He didn't want to get it then.
He didn't want to get it
then, but he still wanted to get it, but not then.
That was a bit early. Yeah. So
it probably could be the best thing that happens because he's not going to sit around and make it more difficult for him. He's got to move now.
Yeah.
And Matt's sitting very comfortable psychologically. He would have heard those deaths of Barra.
Yeah.
So he think, well, I can just get to the level 3.
See, this is pretty scary for level 3 to be here now. He's just
But this is what he does. He's been doing it all night.
Yeah, he needs to
talking about Barra here.
He needs to go left. He's got to go left because if they're coming from the right, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, he's really
pushing. All right,
it.
here we go. So.
Like he must be looking for those wild bounces. See, he's going down.
He will do. Yeah,
you see these guys do it, but he's just doing it so much on level 3. It's another thing.
He's got a fireball there, so he's got to get that hammer quick because he could be trapped here otherwise, and he's not going to get those the bonuses of the next few stages. Okay, he's got it right there.
But what I'm saying is, it's fine to do this. I mean, it's not fine. It's typical to see these guys do this after level 5 onwards.
Oh, sure,
but not on level 3. So he's really playing hard, isn't he?
Risky, yeah.
It's not my imagination, is it?
Oh no, it is risky. Yeah. So Max just died there, but that's fine. He sacked his life on there. Interesting.
What, he ran the clock down, did he?
He ran the clock down on the elevators. Yeah.
Did Matt pick up the hammer on the pies?
I think he might have done it. Yeah.
Barra's been doing it, so he's decided not to here. So I think he's just going to get out of here as quick as he can.
Yeah.
Which isn't a bad move, really.
Yeah. Oh, well, he's got 6,000, close to the 6,000. Yeah. So
that's
interesting.
It's a pretty good over. Like he's obviously got a strategy, but he's employing tactics. You know, like he obviously thought, because I've seen him pick up the hammer before, but he thought that I need that easy 6.
Yeah.
If it's there, I'm taking it, kind of thing. Maybe he just picked up the hammer because he couldn't have a choice.
Yeah, this is really good at the moment. This is going to be a tight game, look, because he's got Matt's got an extra life, but he's like 6,000 behind. So Yeah, it's going to be pretty tight, I think, by the end of it. And if Barra doesn't die, then and he gets through to the rivets, yes, it's going to be. It could be pretty tight. Oops.
Yeah, it's Yeah, I'll be keen to talk to Barra afterwards.
He wouldn't want to lost those lives on the barrels, I don't think. But I think he thought it was worth the risk to do it, I think.
I hope Jeff's feeling calm. I'm not saying there's a cursory look, because he knows he's going in.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt just lost it. Oh, no, he ran it down, did he?
Yeah. Interesting that he's running it on here. So Matt will know how many points he can maximise on this stage. So must be a better option for him, I think, than risking a crappy rivet board, because you're guaranteed the points here. Whereas a rivet board, you're potentially going to have a crappy one and maybe not gain that much off it. So so he's opted for this one.
But it seems to be these guys. I mean, I watch it every year, of course. I see it, but this, unless I'm completely wrong, it seems much. There's other things in play, like the way they've been thinking about the game. It seems to me.
Yeah, I think they've definitely got different strategies.
Because it used to be always the case, you just get your men to the end of rivets and then sack the lives there. Just point press where you can with freezers and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen that tonight with Barrett. And it may have happened, but I don't remember anyone sacking lives on springs beforehand.
No, that's it. Yeah, Matt's decided to go that way with it because it's probably just that little bit safer. It'll be interesting to see if safety's going to win it or if Barra's risky barrels is going to take it. So he's safe. He's pretty safe.
See, when we put it together, the idea was level 3 barrels was going to force people not to point press and just push on. But Barra's ignored that idea.
Yeah, I think Barra's got it because there's 9,000 in it, and that's going to be pretty tricky for Matt, I think, to get 9,000 here. So he's got to milk it a bit here.
There's only a couple of 300 points there.
Yeah.
So
he's got to get 7,000. So
on a man.
It's pretty tight. That is. Yeah. That's going to be.
So this is the game we were hoping to see. We were just saying before, if they get their strategies played as they wanted them to. So clearly Matt was sacking on springs. Barra was he was sort of sacked because he ran time down before, but he didn't get as many points as he wanted.
Yeah, right.
So it'll be interesting what happens here. So it's 5,100 points. Well, that isn't there on the timer. Because he can't get it on the timer. So as the timer
if he
goes,
can clear that one there, I think he's going to do it. I think these fireballs are going to be a problem for him.
So you could
I think these fireballs are a problem for him. It's going to stop him.
I don't think there's enough.
I can't believe.
I don't think there's enough time and points left.
Nice. Yeah. Well, big game. Yeah. Wowzers. Yeah.
But see, that was so maybe Barra's onto something, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because at this point, the rivets are sitting on there. You could get it, like you said, a really bad one. But on the barrels, it's better the devil you know. It's going to be hard, but the points are there.
High risk with the points.
But the board's there. But the other one is a low risk, but it could also be incredibly low return.
Yeah, and it could have been on another day. On another barrel boy, he would have lost it.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what you've got to be willing to play that.
Yeah, you've got to be willing to risk, I think. Yeah, but it was pretty. It was tight, pretty tight, wasn't it? Yeah.
So now it's going to be a Barra, Jeff versus Barra.
So this is going to be good. I mean, Barra has got more experience than Jeff, but Jeff has learned very quickly to get top tier. And he's got two. Barra's got to take him out twice. So is he going to? Yeah, that's a true champ. It's a true champ. If you can take out somebody at that level twice, he'll have earned it, won't he?
don't ever don't ever underestimate a barracuda in deep water, mate. And look, I just think it's Barra's a different animal when it comes to arcade games. You know what I mean? And that's not saying like it's still up against it. But if anyone was going to have their back up against something like that, you know, I mean, that's just that's just how he is, you know.
Yeah. This is, it's going to be...
Like, he didn't ask for a break. He's like, back in. You know?
Straight in. He's an animal.
Because he just said, he must have thought, no, I want to get in while I'm in the zone. I'm not going to have a break.
Well, the bar's short, isn't it? So he can't get a refreshment.
Oh, yeah, he's
so
probably
like,
fucking
what else is it to do? I want to get out here to get to Netherworld. That's right. Yeah, let's see what goes on then. So I think, you know, will Barra use the same strategy against Jeff, or will he pivot it to something different? I think he'll just carry on.
I think he'll just do the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that last game we saw would have been his demonstration of what he was playing for, which was getting more points earlier and then just get to rivets on one man. There aren't enough points there, I think he's assessed, is my guess.
Yeah.
And he says if you can get there and finish it, you'll get enough points just
ahead.
to push you over.
Yeah,
you know?
just with
but he also knows what he's doing is very risky.
Yeah.
And I think my guess is he's thought this through and been practicing it a bit. You know?
Yeah,
because you wouldn't play level 3 like this.
Yeah.
You might play this if you're Justin Elliott going for the world record.
See, there you go. So
See
he's just took one on the head there. Probably didn't give him a great deal there, unfortunately. So Jeff.
Well, Jeff's going to get more because he's already he hasn't finished the level and he's going to be well in front of.
Yeah.
You know,
he's done bottom hammer as well, so he's
With point ratio, like, you know, to man is going to be higher.
Yeah.
You know.
So what Barra's got to do here, he's got to maximise these lives, because if you lose another one here to not a lot of points, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah. But see, Barra knows, like, he knows that Jeff's playing a lot.
Yeah.
And he knows Matt's. Well, they're both very good at the game, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you got varying degrees of there's different reasons. Jeff's he's fit because he's been playing so much.
Yeah.
Matt's not playing so much, but he's got a 1.2 score. So Barra's, you know, got to sort that out, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Like, they all have to sort it out in some way. But I'm just saying he's the one who's sitting there right now, and I suppose he thinks the real way to do this is just go real hard in level 3.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, he's got it caught his toe there, so he's lost a bit more.
He's laughing.
Yeah, he loves it.
But it'd be very hard to come back from it. Well, the way he's playing, like he's.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He's going to get it again. He's going to get the hammer.
Yeah, he's just going.
No,
he's like just going. You know, it's failed twice. So I'm still going to just keep going the way I play. Yeah. And you've got Matt like that, but it's risky, isn't it? It's like odds, you know.
Yeah.
How long are the odds are going to be in your favour?
Well, it seems to me that at level 3, if he was playing like this on tomorrow, I'd say, what are you doing? There's not enough points. It's not worth the risk in this level 3. But here, we saw Matt play his game, and there wasn't that much different points between. There was a big point difference in the sense because how many points you can actually get.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that tight. Whereas you wouldn't. Why sit around on level 3 risking losing lives on a classic Donkey Kong run to a kill screen like tomorrow? You know, normal game. You wouldn't. Why would you do this? You wouldn't.
Yeah.
So here, it seems to me that he's thinking the risk he thinks is worth it because it can put you comfortably in front if all goes well.
Yeah,
you know?
That's right.
That's what it seems to me. And when I say seems, I mean genuinely, because I have no idea what I'm talking about. Well, I don't in the sense of playing it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like I'm not. It just like, because I've seen him lose 3 lives to wild barrels now at least, and I don't know how many on that top. You know, when he's backward jumping, like things like that, just really. It's like watching someone who just got hold of it and doesn't really know what they're doing, but he does. You know, it's like just going, he's going to grab stuff, and run around.
Yeah, he can make the game. He can make it hectic. He's just got the skill to. He's got the skill to just react. He can. That's it. Yeah. He can react to those tricky those awkward scenarios that you get yourself into.
Well, Jeff won't be disappointed.
No, he won't. He'll be pretty happy with that. Yeah, he'll think all those weeks and hours of time I put in,
months.
It was worth it for first. Yeah, months. Yeah, but anyway, you know, put the time in, and if you know, you've got to do it, haven't you? But he's steady.
Great.
He's playing a really
what
solid
Jeff's,
game.
What Jeff's done is, you know,
yeah,
caused them to, well, play harder.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's perhaps, you know, Barrow might have already come into this knowing the method he was going to use, and don't think it changed between how he's played at all between Matt and Jeff. Maybe he'll reflect on that differently. I don't know. It might be just one of those things where you've got to take the odds and hope they're in your favour, because that'll get you that.
Yeah.
Get you that lead. They're both playing different, slightly different, I suppose.
Someone will kill screen tomorrow. Who do you reckon will be? Leaving yourself out of the equation.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. We could do that.
Let's say it's going to be you, but let's say who's going to be second?
I mean, I haven't had a kill screen at a Congo, so that's that is still one to do, I suppose. But I think there will be.
There could be anyone.
Right? How many do you think we'll have? I think we'll have.
No, who's the first? I was saying. Where the money is, like you've got.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about past history, I mean, Shane's not here, so
Shane's
Shane
not here,
would be.
But Patrick was first last year.
Patrick was first,
and he had a bunch last
and he's still
year.
playing it regularly.
Yeah.
He's
Jeff would be up there for grabbing it.
Yeah.
Barrow about there. Tekio will be if unless he goes for a really deep game.
Yeah,
because it's a long drawn out game.
Interesting to see. Yeah,
whether he can shift. See, maybe Barrow's playing such a game that he's just going in for this high scoring game this weekend.
Yeah, I think, let's say the first person to get a kill screen, I think, will be Jeff.
All right. You've heard it first from Tagster?
Yeah, I reckon he'll be the first.
All right. I'll be keeping
Jeff's got
record of that.
The stamina. Jeff's got the stamina to go, I'm going to get the kill screen, you know. And then I'll go back and I'll have another big game for another 3 hours. And
well, that's what I'm saying. If he's
push him further, you know.
The idea of him sitting down to playing a game for an hour and a half is just that's what he does every night.
He's conditioned himself into it. Yeah. Whereas I think if Barrow will want $1 million, I think.
Cool. Yeah, he'll want to. Oh, he'll want to win.
Yeah.
That's just Barrow. He's not shy about saying that. I'm here to win.
Yeah, that's right.
He's here to have a good time, but if he's here, he's going to
sure,
play hard to win. You know?
For sure. Right. So seems like so that Barrow is only on. So he's at 31,000 on level 1.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is the end of level 2.
Yeah.
So he's playing a very different.
Yeah, that's right. So it depends on how Jeff goes with this.
But that's because he was forced to play those barrel boards 3 times. He wouldn't have sacked him on the first barrel board. He was sacking him on the level 3 barrel board.
Sure,
That's what he was doing.
Yeah,
he wasn't leaving himself with no room to play.
Yeah, he's got
so now he's
got to hope he doesn't get into any situations that are not controllable. I think
he's completely wrong-footed.
Yeah,
for his approach. He doesn't want to be on his last man on the beginning of level 2.
Yeah,
he was happy being last man. Not happy, but could live with the idea of being on the last man at the end of level 3 barrel board.
Yeah,
because that's what he's been doing.
That's it. That's it. Well done. Yeah, it's well done, Jeff. You know, great job.
So now it's Barrow versus Matt again. Oh, was that it?
That was it.
That was it. Because that's right. That was the final. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
that
first,
is
second,
it.
thirds. It is fine.
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Very good. Yeah. It was.
Get him over here for a
it's the
chat.
odds, you know. It's the odds on. It's
odds on. Favourite.
I'll scoodle. I'll let these guys. I'll let one of these guys pop in.
Yeah, they'll probably all come over actually. Well, certainly Jeff. Is anyone handing the trophies out? Is Neil going home? I'll come back in a minute.
Congratulations. The housekeeping mates will be, doors are open from 6:30 in the morning. The cafe does bacon and egg rolls, coffees from 6:30. I'll be here cleaning games if anyone wants to come and help. Making Dennis over here, Dennis and I will be here. We'll do presentation, or we'll do a little bit of housekeeping around 9:30 tomorrow, and then we'll start at 10. Start till 10 p.m. tomorrow night. As we all know, high score shootout and then head on Sunday. Before we move on, another round of applause for our text, please. Darius, Daniel, Tony around here. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Boner on the screen. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Gibby, for setting it up. All right, we have some cash over there, some trophies. In fourth place was Taxter.
Summer Cup and get good at the game.
In third place, 4 wins, 2 losses, Matthew Tecchio. Second place, 6 wins, 2 losses, Andrew Barrow. Yeah, boy.
First trophy of the staff for this year.
Your 2024 DKL 3 champ, Jeff Sutter.
Straight to the cash. Phil wants you to. Hey.
Hello, Boner. Are you good? I'm alright. Have you been technical consultant tonight? Have you been doing the stream?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Come on, mate.
I don't need headphones. One of you guys is going to hold that in the middle.
Is it left you with it? He owes you one. It's been fun.
Because you can hear me, can you?
Yep.
Nice. Have you been, alright?
So where to begin? Jeff,
good.
well, from what... So you go, Jeff. Well, first of all, congratulations.
Well, thank
done.
you, Philip.
Seen these two guys. I've seen you all on the couch once before. You've come third at one at level 3, haven't you?
Yeah, I've come third.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, this has been a lineup, but now it's been
second too? First one?
Don't think so. No.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, I know it's been Barrett, Tecchio, and Shane
Tecchio
saw that
always
mix
wins
up for 2 of them,
Yeah.
and there was one where you were in. That's what I just remember that. Sexy time. So So Jeff, you're pretty quiet on the couch. Like that might be your new strategy. Just don't come over here until you
I
finish
was
playing.
just like, oh, Phil's just gonna want me to come over there in a second. I was like, no, I'll play.
I know. I just thought I'm just going to leave him alone. I think you shouldn't be over here. You should just focus on the game.
Yeah.
Hey Barra, did you have a new like? You don't play wild barrel that heavy on level 3 normally, do you? Because you were sacking lives on level 3. Like, were you sacking live? You were. You ran the time down. Yeah.
You have to. That's level 3's where all the points are.
Yeah, but I just hadn't. I didn't think you guys were doing it before like that. I don't know, but you were sacking lives on springs tonight. Yeah.
On average, it's probably safer on average.
Yeah. Because your game, the last one, was we were saying I'd be keen to see both strategies because they're so different to see where it comes out with a point ending.
You can get more on the barrels.
Yeah, because that seemed to be the case, but it's risky as shit.
Yeah, it's risky as hell.
If someone dies before the springboard, the barrel board 3, then you know you can go straight to your springs and leech, and you'll.
Because this seemed to be a more dynamic.
I knew that strat. Well, I didn't hide it.
But it seemed to be more dynamic level 3. Me and Tagster was saying.
Jeffrey Suter.
Even him.
Because of those different tactics, it became harder to read the outcome. From here, it did anyway. Because there were so many things going on in between. But I didn't see as much as your game tonight, just because of the way the cameras, where they were put, that's all. Yeah. But I saw, a couple of yours each.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, it was exciting to watch.
Good.
It was really good. Yeah, it was some really close games.
Except the final.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was.
You did a Shane Swall.
But I think I certainly see you lose on 3 wild barrels, and I was saying like. This is, I said, if he was playing this on a normal game, this is just nutty. But it was really like watching a person just got on, was just going absolutely fucking crazy.
That's why I'm shit at it, because I never do it in a normal game.
Yeah, but you're really
the only
going
time
for
I
it.
do those
it was
boards.
really wild. It was pretty.
You need the points.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because when you first started doing it, I said, what's he doing? Like, just get off this board, because it was really pushing it hard. And then you'd start again and go, is he going to get this bottom hammer again?
You have to. You've got no choice.
No, but I thought, but at that point you could change your strategy, but obviously it worked for you. If it works,
depends what the other person's doing. If they're in front of you, if they're
well, that's what I was going to
pace.
ask. Because you're next, are you?
Definitely.
Back and forth? Did you decide to? Yeah, I know you and Jeff were talking, so I got a chance to go down.
We were telling each other our scores and shit.
Yeah.
Being gentlemanly about it.
Well, that's nice. Level 3's it's still competitive, but it has a bit more room to be a bit more casual because you're not in this long game, are you?
You know what I reckon made a big difference this time?
Yeah.
Anyone who died, anyone who got a death near the start really set the game, I reckon.
Look, because see, this year, sitting here, well, I'm so far from the machines you don't hear the deaths unless you're watching. Because you used to just hear
some of them are
next year.
super quiet. You can't even hear it when you're playing.
Yeah, but we're so removed from it as well. Like any chat or banter, like it's very quiet, which is good. It's really good. And we just although tonight we've talked more about KFC and the Colonel and stuff.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. With Dax sitting on the couch.
It was about how you sleep with dictators.
Well, no, that's what Danny came in and asked me who's my favourite dictator.
Time to wrap it up.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a great night. So I guess we'll see different gameplay tomorrow.
No 3-1, no 2-1, bottom hammers. Safety.
Straight to level 5.
Straight to level 5. Walk to level 5.
Well, with Shane and without Shane and Alan here, I think it's quite a big difference for that. There's a bit more wriggle room for, it's a bit more open tomorrow, I think, because they're proper threats early on,
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let's get out of here.
Good stuff.
Congratulations, guys. Awesome start.
Thank you for watching.
Bye for now.
Hello, Philip. How are you? It's good. Yeah. Yes.
That's 4th place.
4th place is a pen. When'd you get up here?
You should have just streamed Indigo. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it was planned like that, but the plan was a little bit delayed.
Oh.
They had not been, I got through and then when I ran streams, you said, you're lucky you got one there, because there were a lot of white boxes and Microsoft.
I spent 2 hours today on that.
Leisha's partner, Simon, was stuck at the airport because of this stuff.
I got money now. I want more bullet.
So good shit, I'm hungry.
Get you some pasta.
Probably some mushrooms. That works for me. Oh.